absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go. Buongiorno a tutti. Welcome back to the Aosta Valley for day 2 of this live broadcast of the Monte Rosa WalserWaeg by UTMB. It is 8:45 in Grès-sur-les-Saint-Jean. The sun is on the peaks, and this is the jewel of the whole weekend. The WalserWaeg Trail, 43 kilometers, 3,100 meters up. It is going to be a beast. And by my side, I was super happy to have Stephanie Case once again by my side yesterday, but we have fresh blood on the live. Tony McCann, how are you doing this morning?
So good. So happy to be here. I cannot wait to see how this day unfolds. There is a stacked lineup of athletes taking on this trail. It's going to be a beautiful day, as we can see on the screen. Beautiful sunshine, maybe a little bit warm, but it's all part of the joy of racing in these beautiful places.
And because they are actually a little bit higher up in altitude, we can hope that it's not going to be too warm. But yesterday we did see that a lot of them were using water trough, any little spring to cool themselves down. So it's going to be harder today because they're going to be moving at a much faster pace. But who knows? Who knows? You know, it's sometimes a few seconds spared for big benefits.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And as you can see on the screen here, we've got our elite athletes starting to come into the start line here. Everyone else getting ready. Depot Runner obviously hyping everyone up as he does.
Exactly. And a little bit of cultural music. We've had it like traditional songs at the beginning of the 100-mile Descente des Vals d'Autun last night, and it looks like the drums are beating hard to get all these runners excited and started. Can't hear much more. See, oh, people are in the zone. It is game on. As we were saying, Tony, we have a stacked field, and we're going to be announcing them. We'll hopefully be able to see them come one by one. I think we're doing this for our top 5 UTMB indexes. And there we go. We're starting to hear the names of familiar runners. I don't know if we're going to have eyes on them just yet. We are just under over 10 minutes before the start.
La prima vague parte alle 9 in punto, je rappelle le départ confirmé à 9h dans quelques secondes. Les élites qui seront ici vers vous pour le départ de la course, puis Madame Catherine Poletti pour le bienvenu avant le départ de la WalserWaeg.
Okay, so there's going to be a few words before they get started, a bit of a protocol. So we will follow that. But in the meantime, if you are joining us again, welcome to this. It's 3 out of 3. Like, we've been here every weekend during live broadcasts in Val d'Aran, last weekend in Verbier-Saint-Bernard, and now on the other side of these mountains in the northern part of Italy.
Well, I would say you've been busy at it. For sure. I'm sure everyone is very happy to hear your voice again today, this weekend. Bringing us all the action of this incredible WalserWaeg Trail. It's going to be a technical one. Based on what we saw yesterday, and if you didn't follow along yesterday, it was the 80-kilometer race and the start of the 100-mile race, or 100-mile category race.
Yes.
Because it is not 100 miles. And I think everyone out there is probably pretty grateful by that, because if you haven't seen, maybe go back and check, but the trails here are, while they are incredibly beautiful, they are brutal and incredibly tough, super technical, but that's what draws us to these races, the challenge of that. And I think we're going to see more of that exciting racing over this technical terrain today.
Yes, and last year's winner in the 50K category. Peter Engdahl was saying in a pre-race interview, I'm sure we're going to hear it, that the course is slightly different this year. And then there is a technical part that has been added. And he was like, that is something that I know a lot of my competitors will enjoy. And at the end he was like, but I think I'll enjoy it too.
Okay.
So,
Here we go. There we go. We've got the start of the elite announcements. That was Anais Guillaume from Adidas Terx.
one of your teammates.
One of my teammates.
He's a fast one.
Well, let's go.
Matteo Bertoncini.
3029, 722 index UTMB points. Italia con Martina Pillora.
Very cool that all of these athletes are getting their moments before the race. They've worked hard to be here, and this is our little nod to recognition for the hard work that's gotten them to this point.
Yeah. There you go, Luca Del Pero. He's already been racing quite a bit. We saw him race 2 weekends ago in Val d'Aran, taking the win on the 50K.
Great
distance.
race.
Let's go with the bib number 3026, representing Italy with an index point UTMB 729 points. Cecilia Basso.
Ah, Cecilia Basso. Sì, ma
There we
scusa.
Yeah, I should listen closely. This is going to help me with my pronunciation in the day.
Italia, William Buffelli.
Oh yeah, this. I mean, I was gonna say this is one to watch, but honestly,
yeah.
all the ones we're calling now are to watch in the men's. They are like Manuel Merias. Ah, there we go. We had an interview with Emily Schmitz here on your screen yesterday.
Emily Schmidt.
It's super interesting. She was like, oh, she's like, oh, are you excited about the course? Oh, I don't know about the course. Okay. And so then I was like, and so what are you game plan? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to use poles and that. So we essentially walked her through the whole strategy, and she was already fired up at the end. And there we go. Last year's winner, ladies and gentlemen, the man to beat. He is familiar with this course. He's been back on it actually quite a lot. Peter Engdahl. Martina Cumerlato next up. We were talking about her off air.
Italia con Martina Cumerlato.
And yeah, she's been doing a whole lot of work these past few weeks together with Malinosa. They were doing a whole lot of training around Martina's home place up high at altitude. Il Mago, the magician, the man who can pull off any stunt out of his hat, Nadir Maguet. And I tell you what, if he's fit, he is going to be very, very hard to beat. And I see him possibly being the most dangerous athlete to Peter Engdahl on this course. And there she is. I feel like in the women's we have a bit of a clear favorite, Fabiola Conti. She's won the 120K here last year.
Yeah, she knows what she's in for. She knows what this trail is about. She's an incredibly strong runner.
On technical, she just handles that so well. Podium at World Champs.
Yeah.
Like, she's just taking her game to the next level. And here, like, we are all very familiar with this silhouette, always holding his poles in his hand because these ones don't fold. They are bamboo poles, homemade. Manuel Merias from Spain, living in León, close to Picos de Europa. And look at it, all these gentlemen know each other so well. There's so much respect. They compete with one another a lot in skyrunning races, and so those technical skills will come handy today.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just bringing up Nadir Maguet, just you said that he was going to be a dangerous athlete, and looking at his credentials, you know, wins at Trofeo Kima, the Matterhorn, Ultrax, all incredibly technical races. So if he's fit, like you said, I think he definitely one to watch today.
And last year it was in Val d'Aran. Like he was comfortable and technical, but where he impressed me the most is that even on rolling terrain, he was actually able to switch into really fast running, which sometimes doesn't really come hand to hand with like the pure sky runners or just mountain goats. But you put them on the flat, it's a bit more like they don't have the fast wheels. But man, oh man, like he could run fast as well. So this course, I mean, it starts with like a massive climb and then that technical section, but then they drop down, and then the last part, which Peter was saying, he was also like quite excited about this last part, which is kind of a roller coaster where you just like super punchy climbs but quick, and you have to just keep going at it. And he knows that last year this is where he made the biggest difference on the rest of the field. So that's where I feel like Nadir could still be there and bothering him, but Mattia Bertoncini as well, like it was last year at still in Valais, Switzerland. It's going to come back to me. September.
While you think about that,
Yes,
I'm gonna
by UTMB.
there
we go. I think it was a 35K, and man, oh man, he just motored through. So there we go, big climb, big descent on the other side, and then alongside that right-hand side valley, around and back down that valley. But see those sections on the side alongside the lake, they will be like from that point on super fast.
Yeah, that descent down that valley, not sure how technical it is, as I haven't actually run there, but from the profile, it's pretty runnable. There's a little bit of a dip, and then it's a very gradual descent that could really be run quite fast, and then a little blip before you kind of contour along. And
you see how it's coming back on the side, and then back down, and then again on the flat, but you have still a few kicks. So the pure technical runners like Manuel Merias, Boffelli as well. Like, I mean, he's a true mountaineer, almost more mountaineering athlete and skimo athlete than he is a sky runner. We're in for hell of a race. Super excited about it, and actually we welcome all of you in the chat to get involved as well. If you're following and if you're on YouTube, like, you won't be able to interact with us, so join us instead on the live.utmb.world. This is where you're gonna get the chance to actually like interact with us, share your thoughts, your passion, ask your questions. That's also why we're here. We're gonna make it like a day to remember.
I think these athletes are going to make it a day to remember, and hopefully we just bring a bit of fun.
True that.
3 minutes to the start. Turn on the engines.
2.5 minutes to start.
So let's see if we have a bit of a pre-race briefing here.
Gli ultimi minuti, gli ultimi sguardi, poi il via della WalserWaeg sui 43 km.
So, just as a matter of comparison, people running the 100-mile distance, they started last night at 6:30 p.m. So 120K, 8,200 meters of elevation gain. So they've been out all night, and so we'll be following that race a little, not as closely, but we'll definitely be following the finishes. So this is going to be two very different races, two very different paces, but two very cool adventures.
Very cool to see that we've got two previous winners on the start line today. Last year's LiveTrail winner, Peter Engdahl, and then our 100-mile, I'm not sure how you say that name, the
Sentier des Val d'Autun.
Val d'Autun, there we go. Our Val d'Autun winner, Fabiola Conti, who's now dropping back down in distance and taking on this slightly faster version of last year's race.
Yeah, like we know this used to be her jam. She was like full-blown 30K sky races, and then she took it up to higher distances extremely successfully. Like the performance she delivered last year on the 120K was just mind-blowing. I think she was 6th or 7th overall. That was brutal. And she was on the long trail at Worlds, and then now she seems to be dropping back in distance. So sometimes, you know, when you see athletes dropping back in distance, you say, they're gonna have the speed. I'm pretty sure she will.
I mean, she did run the Mont-Blanc Marathon 90K just 3 weeks ago. So this is quite an interesting combination. Usually people use the longer race to prepare for a slightly longer race even. And she's kind of gone the other way around. Went from 90 to a nice fast 42K yesterday.
Yeah.
So interesting strategy, and I hope it pays off because, my money I think is on her to take it away today.
And there we go, team, the countdown for this 50K category, and they are off hot of the gate.
The start of a very beautiful day here today. 42K is 3,200 meters. Nice and technical. Let's go.
And there we go, right at the front, all the usual suspects. Let's see how the women's pack forms early on this runnable section before they start hitting that big monster climb. They are all here. So on the right side of your screen, Nadir Maguet for La Sportiva in the yellow in the middle. Luca Del Perro on the left. Peter Engdahl behind Mattia Bertoncini in the red t-shirt. Couldn't see who it was, but we'll figure it out very shortly. Oh, I like to see Nadir up at the front like this. It means he's healthy and fit. So we have Fabiola Conti. Another athlete, Team Fuga, I believe, but I can't really tell who that is right now. We're both leaning over the screen to try and pick up that number.
So team, we're in for a nice day today. We've got a winning time of 3:58.44 last year from Peter Engdahl, so that's what we're looking at today. And Martina Molnarczyk coming in around 5 hours. So stick around. You've only got 5 hours to stick with us, really. You can put off your long run until then, or you can do your long run and listen to us while you go.
Yeah, true. That being said, again, you know, with that section that is more technical, Peter was like, yeah, last year I really pushed to try and go under 4 hours. This year, he says, like, it's not going to happen.
Okay.
So he was like, no. This technical section is really going to slow us down. So we'll take the comparison a little bit with a pinch of salt, but it will still be a good indicator on how close they get. And there we go. Maybe we can take the first bet of the day. How many times will Peter Engdahl look at his watch? Because last year it was in the hundreds.
Well, maybe we need to make like this a little drinking game. Every time he looks at a watch, you have a shot. Things will get real interesting by the end of the
we're
day.
going to lose everyone within an hour.
So this first section is 9 kilometers and 1,200 meters of climbing. So a nice punchy climb. You said it in the beginning. They've got a little bit of a flatter section to start before they hit the big climb. But that's steep. Peter last year doing that in just an hour, basically. An hour flat.
It was silly. Here we go. Peter starting to stretch out a little bit the field. And so far, Mattia, Luca Del Pero are still with him. Although Mattia is dropping back a little bit. And then in the women's, it doesn't look like he has spread too much. They are in a group. We see Fabiola Conti, Emily Schmidt with the black cap. And then, yeah, we get two. So Martina Cumerlato with, yeah, the pink top. I'm still missing that little lady with the
ponytail. Is that a, yeah.
It's like two.
Yeah, the pigtails. There we go. That's what it's called. Actually, there's quite a big group of women all together there.
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Up they go.
Up they go for a first ascent.
I'm not surprised to see Peter up front there. I feel like that's his race strategy. He really likes being at front, and he's an incredibly strong climber as well, so I imagine that he's going to try to use this to his advantage as well.
Manuel Merias with his poles. Regardless of the distance, he's always so comfortable with them.
I'm so impressed with the poles in the hand like that, because actually running with your poles in your hand is quite hard.
Yeah.
Especially, to be honest, it's more just over the technical stuff. I feel like it's... Oh. Our mountain biker got hit by some trees. I find on the technical stuff, I like to have my hands free so that I can, you know, really use them to help balance myself. And when you have poles in your hands, or anything really in your hands, I do find that it sometimes throws me, but maybe that's just me not practicing enough.
Well, I guess he's got a further extension of his arm to balance himself even more.
An extra balancing weight.
But I mean, he's always carrying them, like all the time. And yeah, it could be surprising outside of, you know, balancing yourself and having your hands free. Like when he's racing on sky races, like a lot of time you put your hands down and you scramble, and it doesn't seem to bother him. Like it's just used to it. But the thing is, as soon as there's a way to use them for even 10 meters, he just uses them and frees his leg from working a little harder. So that's the perfect embodiment of what we keep saying. Don't do stuff in a race that you're not, like, you haven't practiced in training. And so for people to be like, oh, why would you carry poles in a 50K? Well, some will, some won't, and all for good reasons. But yeah, like the day we see Manuel without his poles, it means that he's lost them, and it's not going to be intentional, because that is a perfect extension of his body, and he's probably more comfortable with them than without.
Yeah. Also interesting is a lot of people struggle generally to make sure that they stay on top of their nutrition when their hands are full. So that is something that he's obviously had to practice as well, especially in these slightly more intense races where you don't have the luxury of time to, you know, take the gel out slowly or, you know, put your poles away. Especially for him, he can't put his poles away, but just practicing using your hands when they're full with your poles is quite definitely a skill that he's developed.
Yeah. And so that's when you, I guess, try to have different tricks and I know when I was doing longer races, instead of carrying all the gels, I was just squirting all them in a soft flask, and I knew I had 12 in them, and so I just squirt, like, take it out of soft flask. So you don't have to faff around.
Yeah.
Need 2 hands to open gels. Then you have all the gels, empty gels packet that you need to get rid of. So I don't know how he does it, because clearly on these kind of distances you cannot get away with a performance without fueling correctly. So let's see who we got at the front. Let's do a little bit of a recap, because there are a couple of runners I'm not 100% familiar with that person with the Scarpa shorts right in a 4-foot in a foreground. But otherwise, Mattia Bertoncini, Peter Engdahl, Manuel Merias, Luca Del Pero. And it looks like if we're following the women's race, like the first women's race, then Fabiola Conti, as expected, is leading the charge.
Soaking up the easy kilometers while they have them.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got 2 missing names. Both gentlemen on the left, that is Mattia Bertoncini, both New Balance, so it's kind of the same outfit with Manu. Then with the backwards cap and the sunglasses right there, Luca Del Pero. And these 2 gentlemen with the Wise pack and
Just can't make out that number. Both of us leaning real close to the screen right now.
All right,
If
come on,
you're in
help
the
us out
chat-
in the chat. Somebody's
Yeah.
gonna have to.
There we go, back with Fabiola Conti, and we've got our second lady just a few meters behind her.
Oh, they know that they can't let her go. Yeah, I was just looking quickly at the chat, see if we could get some intel. But yeah, Hans is back. Hans has been with us many hours yesterday, and it's good to see you back. Bart is here. Who is Bart? Is this the Bart we know? Is this Mr. Pridayowski? I don't know. We shall see. And Gerardo is cheering for Edita from Spain. Wow, I think this is one of the first time I hear such breathing for a mountain biker. These guys are hauling.
That's definitely not an eco mode. He's full on in power mode there.
And he actually just said back to the studio to give intel to other mountain bikers. He's like, yeah, it's pretty shit, that station after the British guys. Just a heads up. Yeah, that's the thing. Like with Fabiola Conti, as you mentioned, she's just fresh off the Mont-Blanc 90K. But the thing is, because that race has such hard climbs and technical sections, even in ultras, like she won't need as much speed, I reckon, and she'll be able to make a substantial difference on the long climb and long distance because she'll have the conditioning. That's just my guess.
Mets-le dans le... Dis-le. Viens. Tu l'apprends après là, le technique?
Yep, team, we might have been wrong about that.
Yep, my fault.
Yeah, Fabiola Conti might not have, we're double checking, but it sounds like she was in a marathon and actually dropped out. So she won't be as tired as if she had done the 90K.
Yep. A little bit fresher than we anticipated.
Yeah, and there we go. They are closing on the front group. We have another 2 runners coming in, and these ones are the dangerous ones in the mountains. Again, William Boffelli on the left-hand side, and again in yellow with the La Sportiva kit. Nadir Maguet, they are closing on the leading group. Petter did not manage to thin it out just yet.
Oh no, they don't want to let anyone go. In races like this, you can't. And we're having a little break, so come back and yeah, we'll
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Here we go, we're back, and I am seeing something very, very interesting because this is not very often that Manuel Merillas is actually leading the charge on the flat. So he's obviously worked on it. I know like last year he's lost a ton of weight, which made him a lot faster on the faster, flatter ground. But if he's leading here, he's making a statement that he's like, guys, I know you know I'm strong on technical, but don't forget about me on the flat. This is a very important thing to notice at this point in a race, because he could easily just stay hidden in the pack and let other people do the work, but now he is showing up at the front. Wow, this is exciting.
here with our second lady, Martina Cumulato. I might have messed her surname up, I'm so sorry, but I tried. Coming fresh off of a strong performance at the Lavaredo 50K, where she came 5th in a really strong time. So she's definitely in good shape, and second position at this point in the race. I think she's setting herself up for a good day. This is a big group.
It is, eh? So there we go. Things are getting serious now. They're getting into, I believe, the start of that very big climb, unless there's a little bump before that, but I think this is it. So Fabiola Conti still leading the women's race. Martina Cumulato closing on her. She is just 10 meters back, and as anticipated, she's had a big training block up at altitude. She'll be fit as a fiddle And again, as much as we say this is the fast race of the weekend, this is still 42, 43 kilometers over insane terrain. So there's also plenty of time to just gauge the competition, look at them, see how they're doing, and make the move whenever you feel the time is right.
Yeah, once again, this is not a race where you can be a one-sided athlete. You have to be pretty well versed in all the different aspects of running: fast running, flat running, strong climber, strong descender, good on technical. So I think the athlete that can optimize their strengths the best and make their move in those moments is going to have a good day today.
It will definitely make a difference, and we'll see it. Like, we'll see after that first big climb, whoever is at the top will definitely be comfortable on the up, but then will they be able to handle the technical part at the top? Here we go. Emily Schmidt tunes on, locked in. The American runner who's got the third best UTMB index, and the first and second, as well as the fifth and sixth, are all Italians. So we said she was caught in a panini sandwich. And she's using this race as part of her lead up to UTMB. So she was definitely going to take poles. Here we go. So yeah, Martina is just making sure that she doesn't give Fabiola a chance to break the elastic, and is she even gonna make a move? Oh.
It's very early to be making moves.
Yeah. There we go. Peter is back leading the men's race for that climb. The poles that are out for Manuel Merias as expected. And actually, he's not the only one. Mattia Bertoncini, right behind in third, also has the poles out. Oh, and I like the very quiet Venga Manu. Ooh.
Very quiet what?
Venga Manu. Manuel. We have Spanish crowd on the sides. Stealth.
I thought you were saying a name of a song or something. I was like, wait, what? Venga Manu. Okay.
Oh, and look at that picture, looking over his shoulders, like, all right, how we doing behind?
Who's gonna top follow me? Yeah, Peter coming off of quite a strong season, starting his year in Boston with a road marathon, running a really fast time there, and then coming back and having a really strong Transvolcania. I think he's feeling good this year.
I was so pleased to see him do well at Transvolcania, because to be honest, I was actually worried about him a little bit, seeing how he was pretty buggered after dropping out of Tarawera. He had it was a stomach bug or something. He just couldn't. It wasn't an injury.
Yeah.
But it really kept him out, and he was just empty. And then I was like, wow, backing it out with a road marathon, which, like, if you do it like Peter, it's a huge demand on the body to prepare for a road marathon, and then back it up with the run he did. I actually don't remember how fast he ran.
For the marathon?
Yes.
I want to say 2:23.
2:23, so it's pretty legit.
I mean, yeah, super legit. I think it wasn't the time that he was going for.
Yes, I remember that, yeah.
2:23 is a really flipping fast marathon. I think anyone could be proud of that. What for me blows my mind is how you can transition from a road marathon to go to Transvolcania and then come second in one of the second fastest times ever. That transition is super impressive to me.
The thing is, when you have that kind of speed now, it really translates into trail races, and something that he didn't control but really helped him out. Is that year was very special at Transvolcania because it had rained enough to completely pack the ground. And so what usually is a sand pit where you take one step forward and you slide down a step, this was all packed.
Yeah.
And so literally every single record, like from the vertical, the half marathon, the marathon, and the ultra marathon, men and women got broken.
That was a wild year.
So again, those fast road legs would not have translated as well in a traditional year at Transvolcania, but that really, really helped him out.
Yeah.
And obviously, like, you know, he's a mountain person, so he still had the climbing and the descending.
Oh, yeah. I think the road speed and the engine that you build when you're training for a road marathon really translates very well into climbing efficiency.
Yes.
And so, you know, with 3,000 meters basically straight up in that race, he was setting himself up for a good day.
And so we'll see if he still has that speed, but so far he hasn't managed to pull away. He looks comfortable, and already that group is thinning out, but Manuel is not too far back, Mattia Bertoncini as well. And there's another runner with them.
Wait.
Yeah, there we go. Read the terrain.
Choose your lines carefully, my friends.
And that's where, you know, the cap could prevent you from seeing a little like far enough, let's say. Then Mattia Del Pero following, Nadir Maguet closing that chasing group in the yellow. Oh, I think that group is going to blow.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some nice fireworks in that group at some point today.
Get the popcorns out. This is going to be a show.
I love seeing this side by side with Manuel and Peter, basically step for step, but such different styles. Peter, the super small stride, very efficient, very close to his body, and then Manuel with his poles and really just powering up there.
Yeah, and not running a single step.
And to see them still moving at the same speed, I think it's actually great to see on screen for anyone who's, you know, ever questioning their running style. You know, it doesn't have to look a certain way to be good. And Manuel and Peter side by side, there's just proof that you can be efficient and fast in whatever style you choose.
Yeah, and it would be interesting actually to see the studies on running efficiency, because there is something that I know is related to the physiology. If you're like a front runner or back runner, so if your front chain of muscles or if your back chain of muscle is more developed, like for example, like one that we know very well, Rémi Bonnet, has a back chain. So actually it would hurt him more to power hike than to run and be up on his calves. And so if you have this physiology, then yes, it is a better option to run, obviously if you're fit enough. But then power hiking like Manuel Marias is doing, if you are comfortable with poles, if you have the upper body strength, the core as well, because essentially you're connecting the top and the bottom, so you better be strong on that as well. And then all of a sudden, you're not running much, but you're almost moving at the same speed, and traditionally, you end up like having your heart rate go a little lower, but you still have to be mindful that your upper body is working, which means from an energy expenditure perspective, you're still burning as much, if not a little more. So on these races, when you have to handle nutrition, you really need to take that into account. And to your point, because you have poles, it's trickier to eat and have gels or drink. So you have even more so to really like basically stay focused on it and not let it slip. All right, a little bit of a check on the chat. Who's out there? Uphill Notes, good to have you back, buddy. Marek, Karsten has been to Transvolcania. Pajot, we covered the start of the 100 miles, and then we'll cover the very last part, basically the finish, the last, I think, 10 kilometers or so. Karsten, a lot of switchbacks. No, they're not getting cut. If they exist, it means that they're not getting cut. Cutting the switchbacks, and again, we explained that yesterday because we had a time penalty for our lead runner in the 100K, Christian Minoggio. But they were switchbacks, and he was running in the grass. And it was not so much to penalize him for the time he's gained, because it was literally like only a few seconds and he got 15 minutes, but it was to preserve the environment, to make sure that runners wouldn't do that and create more trenches in the mountains. But here on this way up, all these trails exist, so then it's whichever line you want to pick. It's not cutting the switchbacks, because essentially they are switchbacks.
Trails.
Yes, yeah. So that's a little bit of a clarification here, but keep bringing back the feedback, the feeling that you have, and we can address it. So, because a lot of time we're not gonna see it, so it will be good to have your eyes and your comments in the chat. So far, Peter Engdahl is not able to shake off Manuel Merias. He is staying right there.
Group it's still there. That group, they're still all around.
And Fabiola Conti now has reopened a gap on second place. Martina Cumerlato, who was just behind at the bottom of this climb, but already the difference is being made. And again, this comes back. We've seen this for the past 2 races. Women don't carry poles for the shorter distances.
Mm-mm. No, but you know what? I think it largely has to do with upper body strength, and men just naturally do seem to have slightly more upper body strength.
Seen me? That's not natural.
Packing.
I got chicken wings. Runners don't have upper body strength normally.
But I think it's potentially also a confidence thing.
No, but you get a point with the physiology. It was like, yeah, okay.
Potentially, I don't know. Maybe it's just also we're more efficient without them. But while we've got Peter on the screen, let's relive his 50K from Monte Rosa 2025. His brilliant win here, where he went sub 4 hours.
Yeah, it was absolutely unreal.
Yeah, that was a great race from him last year. And hopefully we see something similar this year.
Oh, yeah. So again, as a comparison, he just snuck under 4 hours, and you can see that he had worked extremely hard to get there.
Oh, yeah.
To his point, and I'm sure we'll see his pre-race interview at some point, he was saying, this year with the different section, the upper section, the technical section, Nora was messaging me to remind me that last year it was because of the bad weather that section on the course was cut. But so, yeah, it probably will not happen this year, because we are blessed with a fantastic day, and we'll have the full course, including that technical section.
Kudos to the camera runner.
It's going to be a tough day in the office.
He's doing well to keep up with Peter. Let me tell you, it's not an easy job.
And plus, we've been telling you for the past couple of years, really, that the technology and the development from the LTV prod has handled the backpack to basically be almost under a kg. So they are carrying something, but it's becoming manageable.
Yeah, I mean, it's like carrying 2 water bottles now.
Carrying 2 water bottles, or, they still have mandatory equipment to carry with them, but that is in locations where there is reception and they can use SIM cards. Now, because there were so many places where there was no reception, including yesterday, these runners are now blessed with a big backpack with a metal frame and a Starlink Mini. So they're not carrying a kg anymore. It's more like 4 kg with the big structure on their back. So if this is what this guy was carrying, our cam runner, then absolutely hats off, kudos to him, because that is a big challenge.
Yeah. Peter really is, the way he tiptoes over the more technical terrain is just very, very impressive. It's beautiful to watch.
It looks easy.
Yeah, he makes it look easy.
Which is insulting to the rest of the world.
Well, I think a better representation of what this truly is like is watching Fabiola climb up here, because she she's probably a similar size height-wise to Peter, maybe a little bit smaller, but you can see her stepping up over these rocks, and it's more of a, there's more stepping movements, whereas Peter is just tiptoeing up over all of this.
Just, yeah. So now our camera runner is looking at the men's leader currently, Peter Engdahl. Are we gonna, I was hoping for a bit of a pan to the right or now to the left to see if some damage has been done on the rest of the field.
The first hike of the day from Peter.
He's human. There we go. I think the camera runner is stoked about this section that finally Peter's going to slow down a little bit. And they're popping above tree line. Oh, and look at that. The second it gets a little flatter, Peter kicks in and just really pushes the pace. I think that is probably part of the race strategy here to just put a big dent on his competition, but I think from what the camera runner just said is like the other ones are behind.
It's actually incredible how much time you can make up when you put in those surges when the ground flattens out. If you just wait a little bit longer, like if you walk those sections or if you keep running them at the same uphill speed, you lose so much time actually, and you can see how much time Peter gained by just putting in that little surge on the flat section.
And there you go. Oh, ooh,
oi, oi, oi.
Hot and making a move. Il Mago, ladies and gentlemen, we told you he looked in shape. Nadir Maguet has just surged onto the screen, and I believe the minute he's got enough room, might very well be making a move on Peter Engdahl on that climb. Holy moly.
That was decisive.
We were promising you an exciting race. We are literally 36 minutes into the race, and already the battle is on.
Nadia also coming off of a very successful race at Lavaredo, coming second there in 4:06:42. So a very, very strong race. He's fit. He's in shape.
He's fit, and then again looking at the results. He raced Peter already at Transvolcania, so these two gentlemen know each other, and maybe today he's like, hey, you're in my mountains here, this is my turf, I'm gonna show you how it's done. So there we go, our top two men are now pulling away slowly but surely from our cam runner. We're transitioning back to Fabiola Conti, our lead woman. So there we go. There is a bit of a gap now. Manuel Merias still in third. Luca Del Pero in fourth. Mattia Bertoncini in fifth. Still on sight, but already the gap has been made. So Fabiola Conti is still in the lead of the women's race. Kind of, it's just smooth power hacking, like, you know, it's almost running but not quite. It's not the true like bent over, hand on knees power hike. It's a bit of a mixture. Very, very smooth. So there we go. We are now behind fourth place, Luca Del Pero. Just behind Manuel Merias, and I'm guessing we're still ahead It's going to pop out on the right-hand side, most likely.
Faites course.
Oh, what?
Faites course, Nadir.
What happened?
Il a explosé.
Oh.
Faites course.
Oh, what?
Je sais pas ce qu'il a.
Oh, something happened to Nadir Maguire because all of a sudden he's walking.
Cramping?
Sorry.
Camera runner could have asked because Nadir Maguire speaks French really, really well. And he looked like he was spitting. Did he swallow a bug or something? Oh, no. That is, well, you know, we were telling you it was going to be surprises. It was going to be drama. We got everything in 1 minute, and thanks to the same man.
He was giving it to us all right at the start of the race.
Okay, well, we'll stay with us. We have a quick break coming up, but we'll be right back to see what truly went down with Nadir Maguire. See you soon.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Try imagining a place where it's always safe to go on. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
So nice.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go. We are back with Peter Engdahl and some wildlife.
Oh, yeah.
The cows are out to cheer on the runners, and there's no better sound to hear. There we go. That's the story. These are the cowbells that we want to hear, and if it's not from spectators, it is from the livestock of the WalserWaeg Valley. And Peter does not seem bothered one bit.
I'm not sure I'd love to be running past a cow like that.
Those are young ones, so as long as the moms are far away, you're pretty good to go. But yeah, always keep an eye out.
And that is not the sound of a brake coming. That is indeed a real cow.
Actually, I could suspect production to be pulling up those sounds and putting them in the live broadcast. That wouldn't be the first time they trick us. So there you go. You're leading men and women at this point in the 50K category. Fabiola Conti and Peter Engdahl. Can we say it's a surprise? Not really.
Not particularly, no.
No. This is what we had anticipated. The one thing we did not anticipate is Nadir Maguire going from really strong and catching up with Peter, looking very comfortable, and to starting to walk and seemingly holding his guts or his stomach something happened. We do not really have more information. However, we still got an information that we wanted to share with you guys to give a shout out to the cam runner who's still holding it extremely well behind Peter Engdahl. It is Mathis Leray. So you all were appreciative of his performance in the chat. So now we can put a name behind the performance, Mathis Leray.
And Fabiola taking what looks to be her first gel, nice and early in the race.
Yeah.
24 minutes in, perfect timing.
Looking after herself here.
And while we were on our break, you wouldn't have seen it on the screen, but Peter Engdahl had stopped at a stream to wet his hat. So I would say that's maybe an indication that it is a little bit warm. Definitely warmer than his race last year, that's for sure, considering the terrible weather they had last year.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely I think it's important for everyone out there to look after themselves today.
Yeah, if you don't, it's eventually going to come back and bite you if you overheat at that kind of speed, and the way the course is designed with the back end require you to go like absolutely full throttle. Yeah, I think he's being very, very smart. It's not his first rodeo.
He caught it. We're good. Just tiptoeing his way up. 46 minutes now into the race. Last year, he got to this first checkpoint within an hour, or just on an hour. So we would probably expect a similar-ish time as last year.
And look at that. He's still looking at his watch. And maybe he's got a little bit of a beeping system, because this very time he looked at his watch and then had a sip of water. So maybe he is also keeping his nutrition and hydration in check with time.
Yeah.
So you go by feel, but if you don't feel like anything, a little reminder every 20 minutes. Also have a sip, have a gel, depending on how much you fuel.
He's carrying quite a lot of fluid, actually. He's got 2 bottles there in the back, and then I'm assuming 1 in the front.
Oh, is that bottles at the back?
I think those are 2. Maybe not.
Because I was like, I would be surprised to see Peter with 2 liters.
Yeah, that would be a lot.
Especially for a big climb.
Yeah,
You'd be like, whoa, I don't want to carry extra weight.
Yeah, that's what I was so surprised about. So I'm probably wrong there. There we go. You can see him coming over. Most of the steep stuff looks like it's done. He's he's kind of crested into the valley here and is making his way up to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, it's impressive already. The ground he's covered. And I'm pretty excited to see that technical part of the course and see how everybody does on it. We have put, I think it's 4 more camera people on the course for this 50K to be sure that we wouldn't miss any of the fun, any of the drama taking place. Speaking of which, I would love to see what's happening with not only the back of the pack, but Nadir Maguet, to see if he's back in a race, or if really something occurred that really was unexpected. So we'll hopefully be able to share information about that. So I believe our drone is now slowly trying to find a little dot in the valley to identify in the distance Petter Engdahl leading the men's race. And we already have a bit of a recap of what went down this morning. Stacked field in both men and women, all ready to go. Here we go. We are with the chasing pack, and I'm afraid we're not seeing Nadir Maguet, so I hope everything is okay. In the meantime, Manuel Mirias charging like a bull, and followed by Luca Del Pero. Luca following the same strategy as Petter, going no poles. And both these gentlemen are used to racing each other a whole lot on the skyrunning circuit.
Play the game of where's Wally?
Yep.
Except this time it's where's Petter?
And again, Manuel Mirias well geared up for that kind of race.
And there's some chasing men in the back there. Fourth, I don't think that's Nadir. I think would probably be able to see the yellow of his shirt. So I would say whatever happened to Nadir is he's had to slow down significantly, if not stop. Hopefully
Shame.
that's not the case.
Yeah. We'll see at the first checkpoint.
Yeah.
And there he is. We finally found him in that pretty wild environment. Wow. Petter Engdahl charging in the lead.
What a shot.
And he's got another 8 minutes to make it to the checkpoint to be within his reference times of last year.
Well, he's definitely got those climbing legs because, as you can see in his results there on the right-hand side of the screen, European Athletics Off-Road Running Championships in the men's up and down. So that, if you don't know, if you're unfamiliar with that style of racing, it's generally a short and sharp, super fast style of racing. You run up a mountain, you run down a mountain as fast as you can. It's usually around between 14, 15 kilometers. Around 800 meters of climbing. I'm not sure exactly the specs of the race from the European champs, but Petter was third there. Yeah, and that's insane.
The range he's got going from, not so long ago winning CCC, 100K, 6,000 meters of vert, roughly, and then being able to drop down in distance is it's quite impressive.
Can't see him in the distance ahead of Manuel and Luca.
So he's opened up a bit of a gap on that climb as we anticipated.
Luca going with the handheld strategy?
Yeah, both, right?
Yeah.
He's got two soft flasks in the hand, and yet he still has the pack on his back, so he could easily choose to put them in the front pocket, but no, that doesn't suit him, which is always interesting.
So Petter's making his way up to Refugio Ospizio Sotil. One of the most iconic mountain refuges in the Alps. It's 2,480 meters, and it was built in 1823.
Oh yeah, there is some history around this area in the WalserWaeg, literally the way of water. They started coming over in these valleys in the 13th century and started building, these little high altitude villages and that. So yeah, we saw runners go through yesterday in 100K through some of the villages, and you can see those the way the roofs are built with those very flat slates made out of rocks. It looks like dragon scales. And I tell you what, like those are just have been there for hundreds of years and not moved one bit.
Back with our leading lady, and we're still with Fabiola Conti.
Yeah.
No news yet of what's happening behind, but
no, we'll probably see whenever the splits come. But you're right, we can't see any woman in the distance. Martina Cumerlato, who was in second place at the bottom, we haven't been able to catch a glimpse of her. And again, she would be easy to spot because she's got that kind of pinkish top, which is very visible.
and we've just got news that we have a DNF for Nadia.
Oh, no.
Super disappointing. No news yet on why or what the cause is, but we have, unfortunately, he is not going to be finishing the race here today.
Oh!
Oopsie.
Chute de la féminine.
There you go. Her foot kissed the rock, and it was a French kiss. It stayed a bit longer. Too long. No bueno.
Not the good kind.
Nope. Okay, well, no, nothing bad. She managed to put her hand, no damage, just a little bit of a dust off and get back on your feet. So that's all good. And it's funny because we see this quite often. I don't know if funny is the term, but counterintuitive, let's say, because it's always going uphill that sometimes you just end up on all four because you need to lift your legs a little higher. You pay a little bit less attention. You're just kind of in the climbing groove, and then boom, you hit the deck. But luckily, you're not moving too fast, and usually you can catch yourself. But every once in a while, you do like Sarah Alonso, and you do it when you're absolutely sending it downhill, and that the damage is a little bit.
There we go. On your right-hand side of the screen, you can see Petter. He stopped in that stream, wet his cap, and kept moving. And while we're seeing that beautiful slow motion, him running along that insane contour, my goodness, if this doesn't make you want to go run there, I don't know what will.
Johan Bouchard. I did not see him before. Super good to see him here, back on the trails. He's had some pretty good races in the past. It's a hit or miss with Johan, but always consistent in the high 800s. UTMB index score. And so I don't think he's in fourth. Oh no, because we only saw three. Yeah, nah, wow. It's too early to not be able to count.
To be fair, I haven't had a coffee yet today, so I'm blaming any mistakes I make on that fact. Peter looks like he's making his way up the final switchbacks before we reach that checkpoint and get our first timing point for the day. And he is still running.
There we go, Fabiola Conti, once again, our favorite in the women's field. And I believe she's a bit further than. We don't see the whole climb because that little profile shows her, but the climb started much further left. Yeah, I got confused by that. She's solid.
Yeah, and she showed us her class last year at the World Mountain and Trail Running Champs in Canfranc, where she came home in 3rd position.
Yeah.
In the long trail. Again, a really technical race in parts, and she had a really, really strong race against some really tough competition. See the shadow of the camera runner, the
and you see the
pack that he has to carry. That's super impressive.
Yeah, she's impressive. She's just looking smooth, like not, because it is still going uphill, no doubt about it. And she's just like a very low stride, very energy efficient. But I think where we'll see her shine the most is whenever we're gonna start going over technical terrain, and especially downhill. And this is where we'll see why and how Fabiola Conti is such a weapon.
So our reference point for Martina Milnacek, last year's winner, she came through this first checkpoint in 1:16:29. So I think I'm actually not sure where Fabiola would be in comparison to that, but that will be our kind of first reference point for how she's going today.
Yeah, true. Martina was in top shape last year.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she would have been coming off of a DNF at States, but at 100 kilometers, so she would have had 100 Ks in her legs from Western States, and then taking on this 3 weeks later.
It was a redemption run.
A redemption run. She had some fire. Here we go. Our first view of the refuge.
Yeah. Peter Engdahl is getting there, tiptoeing up those switchbacks. And so what split did you have? It wasn't actually 1 hour flat. So he's a little bit off his time last year. And maybe the heat is playing, is one of the reasons, because we saw Peter, you pointed it out, stop and get water from a creek to get his cap wet.
Peter preparing also for OCC later in August. So he is out here practicing his craft, making sure he's fine-tuning all those details so that he can be ready by the end of August, full gas.
And look at him, like how he's stretching out on those flatter section. And he will know his splits from last year, so he will see that on his wedge to be like, oh, okay. And then probably be reassured when looking over his shoulders, like, nah, there's no one to be seen, so maybe it's just a different day. And then eventually after the technical section they're going to go through, then, you know, those splits from last year would be a little bit more irrelevant.
Yeah, I feel like trail running, we can have all the splits in the world, you can have all the data in the world, but there's so much about trail that it depends on the day, the wind, the temperature, the competition. Everything plays into how you run on the day. So splits are a fun fact to have, a fun piece of information to have, but at the end of the day, every race is unique. There we go, Peter cresting over. We'll get our first checkpoint. Iconic Refugio.
Oh no! That's just when he arrives that we lose reception. Classic. There we go, he's gonna refuel. So what do you think? Like for this kind of race where there's no crew, is he going to carry his whole nutrition in empty flasks?
Yes. My guess is that he's got some empty flasks with some powder in there, and that he'll just use that to refill at the aid stations.
Oh yeah, I think, but you saw him absolutely dive on the other end. I think that caught our camera runner by surprise. Like, holy moly, what is he doing? Like, he's like, hang on a sec.
Wait for me.
He looks like a minion right behind, but as I was telling you, like, that guy has got like 4 kgs of gear on his back trying to keep up with an unhinged Peter Engdahl. And he's gonna make it. He's closing on him.
He's doing a good job.
Man, we big shout out. Yeah, because that section is technical. They're going up a ridge right after that, which is a super cool section actually.
Good job, camera runner.
Keep it up, keep it up. You got this.
I mean, they've got a stressful job. You've got to bring us the images. The world is waiting for these images.
We are indeed, but it's also to have this transition with the drone. But here you can see there's a cable rope. This is how steep and technical this section is. And have a POV from the camera runner is super cool.
Wow.
And you can see, like, you should not misstep, otherwise you are down the hill.
Yeah. Crossing over that scree field.
Actually, I would be super keen to see that drone pan to the left, so we can see if there's anyone even remotely close to Peter, because we can look at the splits. Yeah, okay, so they've all gone through, but wow, they were a minute 30 back from Peter. Peter's managed to put 90 seconds on Manuel Merias. Luca Del Pero was with them, and so was Mattia Bertoncini. And so far, only 4 gentlemen have gone through the Rifugio Ospizio Sottile. Oh, and our camera runner is literally murdering himself to keep up. I mean, look at the angle.
Yeah.
Like, it is so steep. It's such a high slope, and Peter is still running. He did take a good second to just scan the mountain behind him. And I wonder, like, obviously, with 90 seconds, what the difference would be. And it is Luca Del Pero, yes, indeed. It means that he's left Manuel behind, unless Manuel is already ahead.
So last year, Manuel was actually 4 minutes back from Peter at that first checkpoint. So the race is tighter this year for sure. And it might help that, you know, there's maybe a slightly bigger group of men running today. You know, competition always makes things a little bit more spicy.
All right. No. Yeah, you were right. So Manuel is right behind together with Mattia. And it's Luca Del Pero who's now running in second place. So maybe Luca had a faster transition through the aid station while Manuel and Mattia stopped for a little longer. But the three gentlemen are still in sight. However, they will have to look far ahead if they want to catch a glimpse of Peter Engdahl. So I don't know if they will have been communicated the split. Luca Del Pero, being Italian, he might have had a chance to interact with people at the aid station to know, to get that piece of information, which would be very helpful for them to gauge how far he is and make sure they handle their effort at this point. And then Fabiola Conti is still making really good ground here. And again, very interesting to see her without poles. Because in the shorter distances, we see women a bit more without poles. We had seen Sarah Alonso, but then the minute you go into longer distances, like, it doesn't matter about anything. You need them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is a curious fact that women tend to stay away from the poles in the shorter distances. I feel like there's maybe, I don't know what it is actually. Maybe a fear of being less efficient with them. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's interesting because we do see more men take out poles in these shorter distances as well.
Yeah, and it's quite recent, to be fair. Like, it's only been in the last year, season and a half maybe, that on the 50K distance we're starting to see men take poles a whole lot more when there's that kind of elevation versus distance ratio.
Yeah.
But it pays off. It does pay off, and I mean, obviously, for the back of the pack or the extraordinary runners, those poles were always there. But we're like, it's to help you move through, and you're hiking most of the time, and it's absolutely fine. But now we're seeing it with elites, and they see that it's making a difference. So I just wonder if whenever our top ladies choose to train and use poles in races, will completely elevate their game one whole notch.
The first time I remember seeing a woman using poles in a shorter distance race was Judith Vida in the 2022 World Mountain Trail Running Champs in Innsbruck. And that was a race where poles really came in handy. There was a lot of climbing in that race. And I remember just thinking she was absolutely flying. So there's definitely precedent for using poles in these shorter races, especially if you're efficient and have practice with them.
So there we go. Still a little bit of climbing for these gentlemen. Now we are behind Luca Del Pero, running in second place at the last checkpoint, about 90 seconds back from leading man Peter Engdahl, and just ahead of Manuel Merias and Mattia Bertoncini. One we haven't seen just yet, but I would expect to possibly come back closer to the front of the race would be William Buffelli.
Yep. I wanted to bring him up. I think as the race gets a little bit more technical, I think we're going to probably see him creeping his way closer to that podium position.
Well, actually, there we go. He went through the refuge aid station in 5th, and he was another minute back. Johan Bojar in 6th, and Dominique Hohenleitner from Germany in 7th. Paul Messinier in 8th. We got a quick break coming up, but we'll be right back. Stay with us.
train after work and the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
This is a blistering performance. This is what we say.
Here we go, team. This is our 100-mile distance winner on the line, coming with a bright smile and celebrating an absolutely blistering time across the line.
120 kilometers, 8,200 meters of elevation gain.
And I mean, it was definitely one of our favorite runner, Jérôme van der Scheeg from Belgium, who's finished and wrapped up this monster of a race in 15 hours, 33 minutes and 44 seconds, and still looking fresh as a daisy. Going back for the victory lap, collecting high fives. They started yesterday at 6:30 p.m. local time in the beautiful town of Aosta, ran through the night, and just like that, already done in the beautiful little village of Gressoney-Saint-Jean. Back with the 50K race and our leading woman. Here, the same, the one and only, Fabiola Conti. Ah, yeah, you can see here our cam runner, the size of the backpack he's got on his back. Yeah, it's interesting. I remember when we started doing all these live broadcasts, we had a lot of people in the chat, oh, how can I be a cam runner? How can I be a cam runner? And then as this has unfolded and probably people realize how hard of a job it is, like we stopped having requests in the chat. Like, yeah, nah, I'm actually much better behind, like, you know, watching these images, getting inspired, and then you go for a run yourself afterwards.
Yeah. Camera running is no joke. I mean, if you are interested in doing it, it is a great way to learn from some of the best in the world. But yeah, it's definitely a tough job. You have to be a very talented runner.
Yeah, usually it's the other way around. Like, you have been a talented runner for many years, and then you're like, oh, okay, I believe I can do this. And it's also important that we have cam runners who are very experienced with racing, because then they know, they have been in the shoes of these competitors, and they know what would bother them, what they would be okay with, just to make sure that they have as little influence as possible on the race for all these competitors. But also, as you say, like you need a world-class level to be able to keep up with these ladies and men running like mad people across these mountains. And so as we had our first man come across the line for the 100-mile distance, the Sentier des Valdôtains, in the women's, it is still the untireable, like Claire Van Worth, still leading after racing probably, as we said yesterday, probably 2 times around the globe, an insane distance already this season, and yeah, leading the women's race. Although I take that back. Looks like she's had an easy season this year.
But besides the fact that she raced last weekend, 140 Ks.
It was a slow start and then she's ramping it up. There we go. This is going to be the opportunity. Do you have the splits from last year from Martina Młynarszyk?
1:16.29.
And we are 1:21.21. All right. This is quite a bit off the time from last year, but
it's about the same as what Petter was off of his.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
It wasn't that. I think Petter was maybe 5 minutes back from his splits. 6 minutes. What was he? 1:06, I think he went through there.
Okay, so yeah, 1:06, which means I don't have it. I'm lost. Help.
Too many tabs. 1:06. Yeah.
Okay, 1:06.
So actually, yeah, Petter was 6 minutes back from his,
and she was
she's
7. She was 21 out of 14. Or it was the other way around. What was the past time?
1:16.
16 as was 14. Okay. So yes, it is 5. Thank you.
I was like, oh my gosh, my mental math can't do that.
And now we have this true POV to appreciate the technicality of this race and this course. And yeah, to be fair, even if she might not have climbed as fast as Martina Młynarszyk, it is truly on this kind of terrain that she will make up some time. That's the second time, eh?
Yeah.
She's slipping a little bit.
This is not a place that you want to be slipping around and falling.
Yeah, not quite.
It's so good.
Yes.
Fabiola Conti lives and trains in the Aosta Valley, so definitely racing on home soil. She said that was one of her motivations for coming here today. Plus, to prepare for the big loop, well, the middle loop at the UTMB week at the end of August. She's going to be training for the CCC, so the 100-kilometer race.
Half loop.
We've got a question in the chat. If Petter is doing OCC or CCC or UTMB, or no, at UTMB. So he's doing OCC.
OCC, yeah, dropping down. Here we go. Manuel Merias now has made a move and he's regained second place on Luca Del Pero. I'm so happy we're having images here because this is absolutely a masterclass on technical terrain. Again, I feel sorry for the camera runner on the uphill, but I feel sorry for the camera runner on the downhill as well, trying to follow these two goats. But I'm glad we just at least caught a glimpse, and it confirms, man, they are chasing, and they're chasing hard. I guess for these sections, only a drone would be able to keep up properly.
Yeah. And a very strong drone flyer too.
Wait, there's some yellow here.
Is that Nadir?
We have been told that Nadir Maguet was out, and he did not punch.
Is that not William?
But William Buffelli, no. What the hell?
Wow, it is incredibly technical. This poor camera runner.
He said like, oh, what a mess.
Yes, just confirming Jonas Petter is doing OCC. So thank you for all the questions in the chat. If you have any other questions, please don't feel shy. Shoot them into the chat. We will do our best to answer them as accurately as possible.
There is some serious confusion here because we indeed saw that that yellow top on the runner that was going down pretty quickly with Luca Del Pero and Manuel Merias. But again, looking through the checkpoint in Refugio Hospicio Sottile, well, there's no sign of Nadir.
There must be someone else wearing a yellow top. Can't think of who it would be.
Yeah. All right, well.
The mystery.
Yes, we'll keep our eyes peeled on it. And in the meantime, we have a pre-race interview with Anaïs Guillot. Let's hear it.
Oui, alors je m'appelle Anaïs, je cours pour l'équipe Adidas et
so
je
my name
suis
is Anaïs.
française.
I run for team
Je suis aussi à côté de
Adidas Running.
de mon métier
And I'm from
d'athlète élite, je
France.
suis aussi médecin psychiatre à l'hôpital, donc je fais un peu
So
les
she is
deux.
also
Sortir
like
de ma
a
zone
doctor
de confort,
in
en fait.
psychology at the hospital.
Moi, j'ai plutôt l'habitude des courses rapides.
This is going to be definitely out of my comfort zone. I'm used to more faster
Et du coup, la
rolling
Monte Rosa, c'est
races.
pas du tout le cas, tu vois,
And
c'est une course
so Monte
super
Rosa
technique.
is completely
Donc,
the
je viens un
opposite,
peu,
very
ouais,
technical.
me
So
chercher
I'm
là-dessus,
coming
sur
here
ces-
to
sur
challenge
ce
myself
terrain-là que je connais
on
pas
this,
bien
on
et
this
que
format
j'apprends à
and this
maîtriser.
kind of terrain. So
Alors, c'est un peu bizarre, mais j'ai pas regardé la start list en fait. J'aime
and so they
assez
asked
voir
about
mes
her
concurrentes, tu
competition,
vois,
and she's
juste
like, well,
comme
actually, I
des
didn't
filles
take
qui
a
vont m'aider à me
close look at the
dépasser.
start
Et du
list.
coup, j'ai pas spécialement à cœur de
so
savoir
I
qui est là et tout.
don't
Je me
really
laisserai surprendre et de toute façon, je
care
vais juste donner
about
mon
this.
maximum.
Like, I'm going to look
Donc,
around
peu importe un peu qui est là, je vais
and
tout donner.
try to bring my best regardless of
j'appréhende,
who's around me. And how you
J'appréhende
feel,
la
like,
technique.
yeah,
Après, voilà, je me suis entraînée pour
I'm
et c'était ça
stressed
aussi l'idée, tu
about
vas faire une prépa
the technical
beaucoup
sections,
plus en haute
but
montagne.
I
C'est vrai que près
actually
de, moi
did
j'habite à
practice
Grenoble, il y a les
in
massifs de
training.
Belden à côté dans lequel je me suis pas mal
I
entraînée
live in
pour m'habituer
Grenoble,
à ces
so
techniques.
I've got a really good
Donc
playground
j'appréhende
to
ça.
run on
Écoute, je vais
technical.
essayer de faire le mieux que je peux sur les cailloux et aller le plus
I'm
vite
just
possible
going to
sur
try
les
and
parties
bring my
plates
best
et
on the technical
courantes,
parts
ouais.
and then play
Bah,
my
les
cards
paysages.
on the
Ah, franchement, c'est-
on the runnable
les paysages sont
sections.
exceptionnels, je suis trop contente
And
et excitée de courir
it's
ici,
like,
franchement c'est
for
magnifique.
me, it's the landscape that
d'aller
really
me
draws
perdre
me
dans ces
to this
cailloux.
race, and I can't wait to get lost in these mountains. Yeah, okay, so this is definitely a confirmation. Nadir Maguet is not on the course because he is with our team of Italian commentators. So we'll get a full update on what went down with Nadir, and hopefully he's okay.
While we are still with our first woman here, Fabiola Conti, we have got some news.
Man, she nearly hit the deck again.
Ay.
Wow.
Stressful. But we've got some news on our second and third ladies. So Emily Schmitz is through in second position, and Martina was in third. This is not updating properly, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense because in the pre-race interview we had now, speaking of which, well done. Perfect segue into there she is, Emily Schmidt, and she was saying that you know, whether that was uphill or downhill, uphill was more what she felt like she was the strongest. Like this basically has been going uphill for the past hour, so the fact that she's here is no surprise. But it's interesting to see her having put away the poles, even though she's still climbing pretty strong. So if or when she watches this live broadcast, Emily, practice taking them out, putting them back, taking them out, putting them back, because it should be automatic. It shouldn't cost you anything. And, you know, for these little sections, if you get to pull them out and you use them for, even if it's 5 minutes, 6 minutes, it still helps a lot. So Emily Schmidt, once again, American runner, but lives in Chamonix and has been living in Chamonix for at least 3 years, I want to say. She's been here for a while.
Yeah. I think she's been here as long as I have. So yeah, about 3 or 4 years now.
There we go. And see again, and she's doing it right, like, you know, bent over, hands on knees, power hiking. So this is exactly the way you do it if you don't have poles. But then again, and I'm bringing this up, I'm not criticizing by any means, but she was like, oh yeah, no, I'm taking my poles because I really want to practice for UTMB. And I'm like, well, take them out, Emily.
Time to practice. Also interesting that when she takes her poles off, she takes her gloves off with them.
Oh. So interestingly enough, Emily Forsberg, she didn't have the straps. She didn't have the shark hooks. She actually had, you know, the lighter version from Lakey, who's actually had those little, what do you call them?
The hand straps, I guess.
Hand straps, but they're actually attached to the pole.
Yep.
So yes, the poles are lighter, but I feel like you do not benefit from that quick clip on, clip off. And when you're like you have them in hand, you don't have the little piece of fabric that's just dangling as you hold them. So that's a very good point, though. Whether she's taken everything off or if she has a version. No, but I think you're right. She has the whole thing.
It looks like it's the glove that she's just taken off as well. And maybe it's a heat management thing.
Or maybe she hasn't taken them out just yet. And she did the whole climb without them.
Maybe. I know that Vincent Brouillard does the same thing. He takes his gloves off when he stops using his poles.
Okay. Wow, interesting.
That's what he did in training when the one time we ran together.
Yeah.
And
he said that was for heat.
No, I didn't actually ask about it. I should have. But I can, you know, maybe it's a heat thing. You don't want your hands covered by something to try and help cool you down. Once you go through that refugio, you've maybe got another 300-ish meters of climbing to do up to the high point in the race. At must be around 2,600 meters, maybe a little bit more.
And that's when you go over the pass.
And then you start that big descent down. So it looks like Fabiola is going through the pass now before she starts the descent, where we saw our mystery yellow-shirted man.
Yes.
And the rest of the male group flying down this, you can see there's hardly a trail. It's more just a pick your line.
Exactly. In true skywriting style, you just follow the flags and just make your way down by picking the best possible trajectory. So the call is at 2,600 meters, and then they're going back to 1,500. So that's an 1,100 meter drop in basically 3Ks. No, sorry.
A little bit more.
Yeah, a lot more. 5Ks.
I mean, that's still really steep, and if it's like this the whole way, that's really mentally taxing, physically taxing. It's not going to be an easy descent.
And that's where people like Fabiola Conti, William Buffelli, Mattia Bertoncini, but also Manuel Merias will be grinning.
Yeah.
There we go, Emily Schmidt here again on your screen. She's got to be getting close to that pass. Taking a jump before the descent. Smart. Again, if you're listening back home and you're keen to get involved in one of these races, regardless of the distance, it's always smart to eat in locations where you're not going super fast, because obviously you don't need to handle like having to move over technical terrain at fast pace. And if you need to stop, then do it in an area where also like you would be moving very slowly. So then the difference between the moving slow and like, for example, if you need to put a jacket, you can still walk because you would be walking anyway, as opposed to do it down. And there we go. So Emily is very close to the top of that climb, and Fabiola is already sending it hard on that descent. Ah, what a playground, what a course.
This makes me excited to get out onto the trails. That is for sure. Can't see our third place lady, who I think is still Martina Kumalato, but can't see that pink shirt that we saw earlier on in the race in the distance there in the back. So hopefully we'll get some eyes on her at some point, or a little bit more information on what's happening behind Emily, because we do have a few more people through that Refugio Ospizio as well.
And interestingly enough, in whoever, like, she clocked in 4th place at the Refugio Ospizio Sottile is Sarah Burke from the USA, and a name that I haven't seen before. So I wonder if this is her first time running over in Europe. Oh no, she hasn't. She's done Pikes Peak, but then she's done Matterhorn Ultra. So yeah, okay, she'll be right at home on technical terrain. She's done it actually 2 years, 2024 and 2025.
And Run the Rut.
Oh yeah, okay, so that is 100% her jam.
Yeah. Yeah, results coming back all the way to 2070. So definitely not new to the scene, but not someone that we've had on our radar.
Yeah.
Very cool to see someone popping up on our feeds.
Yeah. And so far in 3rd, but obviously with the races she's done, that technical part is going to be a piece of cake for her. Again, at Matterhorn Ultra X in 2024, she was 14th, and then in 2025, she was 10th, take that back, and then 4th at Pikes Peak Marathon. So she can handle the altitude, she can handle a lot of up and down. Exciting to see what she can do, and if she can move up from even further up from 4th.
Yeah. I mean, even the top 10 in the women's race have all been through that Refugio Ospizio within minutes of each other. So it is going to be a very exciting race on the women's side too. They're still all to play for. And in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
The wave is so nice.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right. We are back sanding it hard on that descent with Fabiola Conti. She is doing what she does best, and we're just moving back to our men's leader coming from Sweden, representing Team Adidas Running. He's hit the road now. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Peter Engdahl, last year's winner. Oh, hey, Babs. She's always somewhere to help out all the runners and probably sharing a bit of information to Peter to know how to handle that course so far. And we've also had a bit of information, the confirmation that Nadir Maguet was actually sick. Like, he had stomach issues. One of our cam runner actually went back down with him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was pretty badly sick. So it's a shame because he looked like he was in shape. Oh well, he'll leave to see another day. So there we go. Very quick transition. Oh, that's the answer. See, the powder is at the bottom of the flask, so he has his own nutrition as you anticipated. And look at this. Very smart as well to use your cap as a recipient to put water over your legs and yourself. I'm gonna get there. And again, extremely fast transition, super efficient, not rushed. He knew what he was gonna do. His Chirurgical, but Manuel Merias is really not that far back.
No. This is a close race on the men's side still. But Manuel seems to have dropped Luca. They were running together on that descent, and Luca is nowhere in sight. So it looks like we may have seen a little bit of a breakaway, and it kind of as we anticipated. Manuel is a absolute beast on those technical descents. So not super surprising to see him open up a little bit of a gap there.
Ooh, and I wonder if the person who he gave a pat on the shoulder, because she oh yeah, she poured fuzzy water in it.
What?
And so there we go, Mattia, and then maybe Luca Del Pero was coming in.
So actually not as big a gap as we anticipated there.
Yeah, and again, there were a few seconds that he's lost there. But again, that's the thing. It's all about being familiar with the course. And one thing, I don't know if Peter's done that. I love that Fabiola is not giving that guy any chance of passing. But yeah, if you looked at the live broadcast yesterday, you would have seen those water fontaines. and the way they're set up above those water troughs. So the water is oh no!
Lost.
Oh, and chaos ensued.
Ils se sont trompés de chemin.
Oh, so yeah, they got lost a little bit. But yeah, back to my point. It's like, yes, every second counts. And so, you know, Peter didn't think twice. He would have seen the aid station on the left, but he went straight for that water throughout where he knew the water was there. And actually, to be fair, this might be what Babs said to him when she got to the road. She's like, hey, the water is right in front, just go for it.
Yeah.
So it, you know, these are just the little things that are completely authorized.
Yep.
But that help you not only be sharp in your mind, you know exactly what you're going for, and you get out of the decisions like, oh man, I nailed this. We're on. And Manu Marias, who's like, oh, gets there, he with some water, he gets fizzy water in it, gets frustrated, pours it back down, and all of a sudden it's just like, seconds are wasted, and then you could get a bit frustrated.
Yeah. I mean, in saying that, both of these runners have been here before. They both ran here last year as well. So assuming that they took note or that the aid stations haven't changed places, they would have been able to see that and scout that from last year as well. So it is also about pre-knowing where the different fountains are going to be. And, you know, maybe he wanted to go to the aid station. Maybe he was looking for an electrolyte drink. Maybe he was looking for something specific at that aid station. But if not, then yeah, the quicker route would have for sure been to go and fill up at that fountain.
So there we go, Fabiola Conti still on that long descent. I'm glad we're getting images because we didn't really see the man go down this route. And she's still moving really, really well, very swiftly. And I anticipate that when she gets to the road at the next checkpoint, she might have narrowed the gap that was between Martina Młynarczyk's time last year at the previous checkpoint at the Refugio and down where she will be after that long technical descent. Meanwhile, we are with that group of runners that got lost, or I don't know for how long.
Yeah.
And now our camera runner is passing these gentlemen to close the gap and give us images of second place woman here, Emily Schmitz from the USA, living in Chamonix. So far, taking her poles for a run. Yeah, if they got lost for a little bit of time, for quite a while, then looking at the splits for the women, I mean, I know we don't have, it's not updating anymore, and so I don't remember what Fabiola's time was at the Refugio Ospizio, but Sarah Burke was in 1:28:34, so the...
Well, Fabiola at that Refugio was at 1:20.
21,
yes,
because it was 16 and 5 minutes the gap, so 21, that's 7 minutes. That is going to be very hard, a hard gap to close.
Yeah, but that means Emily and Martina were not that far behind.
Yes.
They were within those 7 minutes. Yeah, that getting lost is going to be super frustrating for Emily, especially if she had, you know, maybe Fabiola in sight.
Well, it looks like once again, ladies and gentlemen, this year is going to be a Peter Engdahl show. He is far ahead of his competition, looking after himself, drinking on that climb, and still moving extremely swiftly. He is now out of sight from his competition, which is definitely play with their minds. They know what he's capable of.
Martin, we've got uphill notes. Other Martin in the chat with the amazing information. So our downhill FK, what do we call it? Segment winners. William Buffelli, surprise,
yes,
taking home that segment in 34:47, which is crazy fast for 5Ks and 1,100 meters. Sorry, there we go. 6 kilometers, 971 meters. 75 meters. Wow, can't read. And Mattia Manuel Moraes in second place, 35 minutes, and Mattia Bertoncini in 35:21. So all very close together, and all people that we knew who would be able to take on those super technical terrain.
And despite that, so meaning that Petr was slower than them, well, he was still leading. That 90 seconds he had at the Refugio was enough to stay ahead. And now on that climb, where he's moving super well, he's going to reopen a bit of a gap on them, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, I think Petr knows where he's strongest, and he knows he's an incredibly strong climber. He can descend really well, but maybe not as well as some of these more practiced sky running, more practiced technical running athletes. And I think Petr knows that and is going to use his strengths now to his advantage.
I can't even start to imagine the work that has gone through in training to be able to run up a hill like that. It is seriously impressive. I mean, he's got a fantastic playground back home to practice those steep climbs, but I wonder if he's doing any specific work like on treadmill. You know, you just crank it and then
from what we see on social media, the snippets of his training we get there, I do think that there is a lot of specific treadmill training.
There we go.
Yeah, very controlled gradients, very controlled speeds. I think he's very specific about how he executes his training.
Yeah, and I know it's not sexy and sometimes it's controversial. People are saying, this is mountain running, you gotta stay authentic, but there's nothing like, as you said, a controlled environment. You can't hide. You just put the gradient, you put the speed, and you just have to keep going. But that makes you insanely strong. And then when you're out there, you're like, oh yeah, and I'm moving and I'm breathing normal air, and it's not hot as balls when you're on the treadmill. So it's like, that climb is actually easy now.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, interesting. Thanks for explaining that. So again, very efficient. Look at that, just using his cap. I'm definitely using his cap to just splash so much more water over himself, over his legs, and all while filling up his flask. That is worthy of
That's what you call multitasking.
Oh yeah, but he did pick up the water from the trough.
That's a risky move.
Well, I mean, if Georgia hits, it always hits a few days later, so he's going to be fine for the race. But wow, that last scoop from the trough, we missed it earlier. It's like, oh,
wow.
Bold.
Yeah, not recommended.
Team rugby.
So maybe what I was seeing earlier in the back of his pack there wasn't full bottles, but bottles pre-pipped with all of his powder.
So you had rightfully spotted soft flasks, but indeed they were all packed up and empty with the energy drink. Just the powder that he will just fill one after the other. And again, our cam runners are hard at it, keeping up with the world-class runners up the hill. Beauty. Here we go, back eyes on Emily Schmitz in second place. And, well, you know, she might have been sandbagging when she said, like, oh, you know, I'm a little better on the uphill, because she's moving extremely well right now on this downhill section.
Man, she's been living in France for 4 years. She's become a professional sandbagger.
I thought you were going to say, like, she's, you know, improved her skill on technical terrain. No.
I mean, that too.
Love
the French are renowned for their sandbagging, so she's learned from the best.
Awesome. All right, so trying to refresh to give you a bit more of an insight on what's going, but no, we did not have the update. So we'll keep an eye out, but yeah, the last checkpoint, so in wrong at the road, Peter Engdahl, Manuel Merias was, just a minute 15 back. So essentially on that whole section after the climb, he only made 15 seconds. Mattia Bertoncini was another 20 seconds back from Manuel Merias. Luca Del Pero, a couple of seconds back from Mattia, and William Buffelli. Oh, wow, they were all together.
Yeah.
And actually, Jacqueline Chanoin, I don't know how to say it, from Italy, was with them as well.
Yeah. And I've just looked, he has no results on his UTMB index besides one from 2023. That was his last one, and it was a double VK.
It would have been the double VK in Courmayeur.
Yeah.
Okay, so the man can climb, but obviously can also descend very, very strong. Let's keep an eye on 6th place position at this wrong aid station. Jacques Lino Chanoin. I mean, if this is from the Valley of Courmayeur, that could very well be like pronounced in French as well. But we shall see. Here we go on these beautiful shots of the surrounding mountains. The 4,000 peaks are watching, whether Monte Rosa, obviously, always present, but also for the 100-mile category runners, they've gone very close around the back of the Matterhorn. So they were always present, these really high peaks.
And Martin, we have been corrected. And I've just want to double check. So Peter did actually have a slightly bigger lead at the Refugio Ospizio. He had about a 2-minute 30 lead. So Manuel did actually make up about 1 minute and 15 seconds.
And that one makes a whole lot more sense.
Makes a lot more sense, yeah. So thank you for double checking us there.
2 peaks. Thank you. And we are at the aid station, probably waiting for Fabiola Conti. And yeah, people are all smiles.
All smiles. Happy days.
Loving it. Yeah.
That's the other way to do it.
And there we go, dropping the empty gels. No need to carry dead weight. And we are back with a recap of what has happened so far since the start this morning at 8 a.m. in Gressoney-Saint-Jean for this 50K category race. Truly a 42 kilometers and 3,100. I keep forgetting that. And it was a fast start with kind of the usual suspects on the front. Fabiola Conti, as anticipated, the highest UTMB index for a while. But then that was the biggest surprise of the day. So we saw Nadir Maguet close very hard on on Petter, but all of a sudden we see him walk and later drop out of the race, which then we were told was for gut issue. So it's well, at least the fitness is still there. It's not an injury, but we were hoping for a good fight up at the front. But so far it is Petter Engdahl still leading the charge in the men's field, followed by this man, Manuel Merillas, and closely Luca Del Pero, Matteo Bertoncini in fourth. And then it is a one-woman show here with Fabiola Conti way out in the lead, but she's being chased by Emily Schmitz from the US. Last we saw Martina Cumerlato from Italy and Mrs. Burke. I've lost her. Sarah Burke from the US, who seemingly is very experienced on technical, and I'm very looking forward to the next split to see if she's made some ground and possibly made up some positions on that long technical downhill.
Good old Cook. Very early to be taking Cook.
Yeah.
That's usually my last resort.
Yeah, and then
once you start the Coke train, it's really hard to get off the Coke train.
Yeah, once you no, I'm not gonna say it.
No, you have to say now.
But what color is Coke?
Okay, Isa.
Brown.
Black. Once you go black, you never go back. There we go. This is a pass, ladies and gentlemen, and it is Martina Cumerlato creeping up and passing Emily Schmitz on that descent. I mean, Martina lives in an area in the Dolomites where she is very familiar with technical terrain and steep ups and downs. So now she's proven that she could made a strong move and regain second place. So it'll be interesting to see if she's managed to increase that gap by the time they get to this aid station, which should be actually pretty soon. And again, very curious to see if Sarah Burke has also made some ground. Again, with the references she has, she likes technical, she likes the steep ups and downs. And we're still waiting for Fabiola Conti to make it to the wrong egg station. It always seems wrong to say. The wrong egg station. No, it won't be the right, but it's in wrong. And as much as there's been a pass, Emily Schmitz is still, keeping it together.
Sometimes it's really nice to have someone you can follow on a descent.
Yes.
And, just being able to follow their line, it really can streamline your running downhill as well. So I think Emily is very smart to try and stick onto Martina, especially if she is a slightly better technical descender. Just being able to follow her line, it will make your job so much easier. It kind of takes a lot of the mental load of running downhill off.
Very, very true. And here's the pass from Martina Cumerlato on Emily Schmitz for second place in the women's race. Clean pass. And there we go. That is the road section just before the aid station. And again, these are the tiles we're talking about.
Does look like dragon skin.
Yeah. I tell you what, these chalets have been here for a few centuries. It's pretty cool.
Running through history.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Double fisting. Nice. This is efficiency at its best.
Double fisting. Maybe we call it double parking.
Double parking. Oh, yeah, because there's a parking sign that says only for residents, though, so you can't be parking here.
Oh, you gotta get out of there quickly then.
And actually, look, on the right, there was a little little thing attached. And this is, so UTMB World Series, or the UTMB group, is always trying to find ways to improve the runner's experience and or save waste. And this is a little station that has a hard piece of soap in it, and when you press the little button, it just grades a little bit of it. So there's just a few flakes that fall down, and so you can wash your hands, and the amount of uses you get out of that little hard soap is insane. And I think this is a French startup that developed that and approached UTMB. He's like, guys, you know, this is what I can offer to you. And he was easily proven how much, like the efficiency, like it was all super hygienic, because I think you don't even need to press anything. You just put your hand below it. Yeah. And so I didn't realize it was implemented all the way through to these aid stations. Usually they were putting it inside wherever there was bathroom, that kind of stuff. I think in the porta potties, it is also there, but it was also on the side of that trough.
Oh, but honestly, it makes so much sense. Oh,
there we go.
Yeah,
He's on the road now, only a few hundred meters away from that aid station. Die. There we go. We have our cam runner who was filming from the aid station. And she's surrounded. She's got 3 cam runners around her and a smile on her face. That is an important sign. It is good to see that. She is loving it, smiling back at the support from the crowds on the side of the road. Fast into the aid station. She's going for Coke.
In her cup. And nothing else.
Wow.
Very interesting.
Wow. No refill.
That's a super interesting strategy, because from wrong, you're going up another really long climb and you've got over 10 Ks until the next spot.
So that will be far over an hour.
Yeah. Because that's 10 Ks and probably around
700-800 meters.
Yeah, maybe even a little bit more.
But as you know, she said she knows those trails. She knows this race, even though last year she won the 120 Ks. So hopefully she knows what she's doing. Maybe she knows that somewhere on that climb there's a little trough.
Yeah.
You know, we've been surprised before, and she's everything but stupid. So she knows exactly, and she may know something we don't.
Yeah. In and out of that aid station, it's just mentally quite good. And if you can stop somewhere else on the trail, like you say, if there's a trough along the trail that she can stop at, yeah, sometimes it's just what you need to kind of put a bit more distance between you and your competitors where they can get information.
Yeah. And or, you know, if with your competition, but they don't know about this and they see you blast through the aid station, either they could be like, ha, idiot, you're going to run out of fuel or water in that respect, or they could be dragged into making the same mistake. So I like that. Although there was no one around her from her competition to be able to see that. But yeah.
But if there's someone waiting at the aid station to give information to Emily or Martina, yeah, just having that little tidbit of information saying, oh, she was in and out in 20 seconds and maybe you need to take a bit more time. Mentally it all plays into the game.
And so Emily is just also like moving very smoothly and efficiently. You know, it's there's no impact, there's no pounding. It's just like very tiptoeing. So yeah, she's doing it right, and then she's still within 10 meters of Martina on that descent. So well played. So it's already been over 3 minutes then that Fabiola has gone through the wrong aid station. So she's secured a pretty good gap.
Yeah. Emily went through the Refugio Spizio in 1:25:29. So 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes back from Fabiola. And Martina was 1 minute back from Emily at that Refugio. So they, at the moment, about the same, but same distance away from Fabiola. But I think Martina has made up a bit of time on that descent, and I don't think they'll have closed on Fabiola yet.
So again, fastest time down, and I'm reading from Martin uphill notes. The fastest time was William Buffelli in 34:47, and then our Italian friend Jacques Guino Chanoine did the second fastest time on a downhill in 34:52. So no wonder he just creeped up in the rankings.
Everyone's going to be very grateful for these smooth trails after that descent.
Yeah. So there we go. Emily Schmitz just behind Martina Cumerlato. So Martina coming in second place here. Flask is out, and same strategy. She has the fuel already in her flask. So they are both side by side, and both were going for these naturale.
Nous, c'est fin du match.
And I don't know, I hope it wasn't frizzante, because otherwise Martina will have bubbles in the eyes. But there we go. She is using a bit of water to cool herself down. Emily Schmitz is taking a little longer, and see, she's putting down the fuel.
So she didn't have her powder pre-filled into her pack. She just emptied it into the water now.
Yep.
Which, as you can see, is way less efficient. But if you don't want to carry 6 bottles of water or 6 bottles pre-packed with your fluid, it's kind of what you have to do.
Yeah. And see those 15, 20 seconds versus carrying empty flasks with your energy powder in it. If you have, let's see,
pack off
5 aid stations, it's 5 times 15 seconds.
And she's just pulled out what looks to be a Ziploc bag with maybe the next segment's nutrition. She just took her pack off.
Oh. So she's on a section of the trail that's quite buffed, so it's all good.
But yeah, I mean, they came in within seconds of each other, and Martina definitely left with at least 15, 20 seconds. Plus now with Emily managing her pack and her nutrition, I think that it adds up very quickly, those seconds.
But again, it will be good. Hopefully, another learning curve, and Emily can fine-tune a little bit whatever she will be doing at the end of August at the UTMB World Series final at UTMB.
Out come the poles.
There we go, Martina. So again, in the women's race, Fabiola Conti leading by quite a bit, and then followed in second place by Martina Cumerlato and Emily Schmitz within at most 30 seconds. And we'll keep our eyes on the next woman coming through the wrong aid station. Here you go. You see it on the map, and we'll be back after this short break. Stay with us.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
All right. We're back in with some changes in the front of the women's race. Peter Engdahl still leading, but Tony, what do we got?
We've got a little switcheroo in our second position men's race. William Buffelli snuck up, like we said earlier on in the day. He has snuck into that second position, going from 5th at Rong all the way now to 2nd.
To second place. He is light on his feet. He can climb and run on technical like no other runner, and he's proven it now. He's made his move on that climb. He's nowhere near done because Peter Engdahl leading the charge is still in it, but it is a bit of a change here. Interestingly enough, if we go back to a couple of years at Zermatt Matterhorn All Tracks, William Buffelli was together with sorry, we'll get back to this story. We have our second place finisher in Les Sentiers des Valdotins. It is another Belgium runner. Wow, Belgium coming in strong. Florian Descamps. And actually, we'll have the replay of more runners because it looks like Simone Corsini from Italy has also finished. There we go. And he was just 5 minutes back. So that was a very, very tight race in the men's for that podium, at least for second and third, because Jérôme van der Schegg was miles ahead. But well done, gentlemen.
Super strong racing. Also, I'm always so impressed by Belgian runners, and I know I said this last time and I got
you got shot
because Belgium is not flat. But when you're taking on races like this where it's super technical and you've got really long climbs and long descents, I always find it incredibly impressive when people are able to train in places that are not at all close to replicating the terrain that they can have access to. So incredibly big kudos to those guys. Very impressive racing.
So yeah, back to that story because it will make sense. So I was saying that at the top of the last descent at Matterhorn Hall Tracks, which is a really long descent, technical and steep. William Buffelli was leading the race, but Manuel Merias was just with him. And at the end, Manuel Merias passed him and had the best of him. And he said to me, I was like, wow, it looked like you were just telling him and then you wanted to make a move and you made a move. And he's like, yeah, but the thing is, look at my quads and look at his quads. And he says like, yeah, sure, he can move really lightly. But when it's about hammering a hard descent, he says like, he just doesn't have the legs for it. And I'm like, oh, interesting. So with that fact in mind, not that we're I think we're almost gone with the steepest descent that was behind them, but William Buffelli still managed on that climb to regain 4 position to come in second place instead of 5.
Yeah, but I feel like you need those like the ability to absorb the impact on the more runnable stuff where you really are hammering downhill. With the steeper stuff, you have to kind of dance down it. You're tiptoeing. You have to be light on your feet. As soon as it opens up a little bit, I think you have to be able to absorb all of that impact. And from the course profile, what's coming, there's still a lot of very hard descending to do. So it will be interesting to see if he can absorb that, if he's prepared for that. or if Manuel is going to come back with his quads and race the field.
We actually caught a quick glimpse of Manuel and Luca Del Pero together in that descent. So as soon as we get more images, we'll get a feel of how far they are behind William Buffelli. And now we had, I think, Martina Kumerlato still ahead of Emily Schmitz. But man, she looked like she was working. She looked like she was working extremely hard, where Emily Schmidt here is making really good ground. And she's looking smooth. Now she's finally taking the poles out. She's looking very smooth with them.
It is interesting that Fabiola isn't using poles, especially on these steeper climbs. I feel like she's, in comparison to what I think we'll see Emily and Martina able to do on the steeper stuff, I think you do definitely lose a few seconds here and there, I think, on the steeper stuff. We've got a question from Jeff in the chat, and Martin, maybe you can give us an estimate. What are the heart rates of these front runners? There's no way of exactly finding out. We can't give you an exact answer, Jeff, but we can give you an estimate.
Well, yeah, I mean, the exact answer would be like, after the race, we text them, it's like, hey, what was your heart rate? It's hard to tell, because on this kind of distance, they cannot afford to like redline.
You're dancing on the edge of that. You're sitting as close to your anaerobic threshold as you can.
It's a good question. What would be your guess? Because I know I can't be a reference, because I would be walking up this at freaking 200 beat per minute.
Yeah, it's also very variable on different athletes. Some people's max heart rates are much higher than others, and that obviously will then also determine where your
in which
threshold
zone.
heart rate
Yes,
will be.
correct.
I would guess anywhere between 165, 170.
Sounds about
that
right.
would be my guess. But yeah, very, very variable on different athletes and your fitness level. There's so many elements that go into it. How technical it is.
All right.
Wow, he is moving.
William Buffelli from Val d'Aosta. He's a local runner, an engineer, and definitely. Oh, there we go, team. We got to pass Emily Schmitz back in the game, back in second place, pushing Martina Kumerlato. We were seeing it on the screen. It looked like Martina was working extremely hard, maybe a little bit too hard. Maybe she was in that red zone that we said you can't really afford to get into. So hopefully she just takes a moment to regroup.
I would also expect Emily to be stronger using her poles, just because she has got a lot more experience with these longer distances. She's done a few more longer races, whereas this is, Martina kind of sticks towards the sub-ultra 50K distances. So it doesn't surprise me that Emily's maybe a little bit stronger using her poles and maybe is more comfortable moving with them. Yeah.
But William now is on hunting mode. Oh, he's on a mission. And I don't know what's the biggest goal here, to try and run away from Luca Del Pero and Manuel Merias, or trying to close the gap on Peter Engdahl.
I think at this level of the race, you're always looking ahead.
Yeah.
That's the goal, right? You want to be climbing as high up on the rankings as possible. So you're never really trying to think about what's going on behind. You're always thinking about what's going on ahead and how far that person is. Can you close it? Have I closed it? Rather than feeling like you've been chased. I think that's also a very hard mentality to have. Running, being chased, it's a different way of running, and can often lead to a bit more adrenaline than is worth, and a bit more energy expended.
But then, originally from Bergamo, the Italian runner that works in Courmayeur as an engineer. And yeah, is moving over these mountains seemingly effortlessly. Our camera runner is definitely working hard again.
Oh yeah.
Full commitment here to keep up with William.
I mean, William just looks like he's floating over all of this. I can't see Pet in the distance.
Yeah, I think the gap is pretty substantial. Like on that climb, I think Petra would have made the same ground as he did on the first climb. Wow, that looks like a bit of a low point for Martina Cumulato. I don't know if you feel the same way, but when we see her, it's like, oh, she's hurting.
Yeah. Honestly, she doesn't look super comfortable with poles, and maybe that's just my interpretation.
Yeah, which is interesting because she's a skimo athlete, so it's just like.
Oh yeah. Maybe that's just me. Then maybe it is more.
No,
just
but
a
like,
low point.
yeah, I think you're right. It's just, you know, Emily looks smooth and comfortable, like working hard, but like within reason. Well, Martina looked like she was really overreaching. Something might be happening. She might have missed like nutrition, and she's not hitting a bit of a low. And when you're on those steep climbs, like if you bonk there, like man, you'll be going backwards.
Yeah.
So hopefully she'll be getting out of it soon. And I think we have a little Swedish goat in the distance. Petter Engdahl still leading the men's race and pulling off another stunt this year.
Still no one in the distance. I want the camera to pan just a little bit to the right, but what an incredible contour. I mean, that just looks like so much fun.
Yeah, the thing is, like, if you're in the red zone and you have that kind of climb, it almost needs to stop and reset for, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds, get the heart rate lower a little bit, just give your legs a little bit of a break.
Yeah, I agree. At this point, it is almost worth just stopping and catching your breath for 10 seconds.
I know this state only too well. And it's just horrendous because you can see yourself like hurting and you can see yourself not moving the way you should.
Yep.
But then you're like, oh, but what am I doing? If I'm stopping, I'm going to put myself in a bigger hole. I'm going to lose a lot more time. So it's it's a tough one here. Like, yeah, Emily Schmidt's made a really decisive pass.
Yeah.
And we see Martina. I don't know if we're going to have the slow mo for long enough, but she looks behind to see if there's anyone else coming back onto her. Still sitting in third place, sorry, in the women's race, Martina Cumulato.
Yeah, they had 4 minutes on fourth position. Roberto Jacon?
Yeah.
Who was our fourth place runner from Italy. So they do have a little bit of a buffer between third and fourth.
And as we have him on the screen in third, whoa, so he's moved away from Manuel Merias. Interesting. Luca Del Pero, who was the winner in the 50K distance in Val d'Aran. And let's revisit this really cool finish. There you go. That was only 2 weekends ago. And man, he had worked pretty hard. He made it look easy. And then we saw him completely collapse on the line. And he was like, oh, okay. So it wasn't that easy. And there we go. He is now sitting in third place and chasing. What I like is that all these gentlemen know each other so well. They know their strength. They know their weaknesses. And so it's not a poker game. Like, you can't hide your cards. You're fully exposed, and then it's anyone's move to make whenever they feel like they're going to be able to make a difference against their competition.
Yeah, the beauty of being an underdog sometimes is that people don't know your strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
But once you get to the level that these guys are at and these women are at, you're exposed. Everyone knows where you're strongest and where you where they may be slightly stronger than you, and they can play those to their advantage. Like you say, there's no hiding your cards here.
And so we are 2.5 hours elapsed into the race, so we still have plenty of fun to be had. We're about halfway through for the women's, and then see in the men's we're about halfway in terms of distance, but they have gone through a big chunk as soon as they're going to get to the top of that climb, or they would have done probably 80% of the climbing, and the rest is going to be fast and furious all the way back to Gressoney-Saint-Jean, where they started this morning at 8 a.m. local time. And I hope you can appreciate back home the talent that we have, the depth of the field, and how these athletes are dancing on steep and technical trails, making it look easy, but don't get fooled.
No.
Everything but that.
Yeah, when you're training for technical trails like this, strength becomes such an important factor, and that power element, because making those moves where you're stepping up big steps, or you're dodging around an obstacle or a rock, or you have to take a big step up, all of that is very powerful movement. All of it is very energy inefficient movements. So training those movements is also super important. I think you forget how easy it is to get into a very easy rhythm, become very efficient on very smooth trail. But as soon as you have something in your way, it requires you to engage a lot more. You have to stabilize them a lot more. There's a lot more powerful, dynamic movement that does cost a lot more energy.
And you're right, and to the point we're talking about, like, you can build fitness with like consistent treadmill sessions, but to be able to, as you mentioned, like, to be efficient and flowy on that kind of terrain, you also need to train on that kind of terrain. There's no secret. So it's a fine balance on like how to optimize different, like, basically to have all your cards right. And as to your point, for a race like this, you need to be an extremely versatile runner, like efficient, comfortable on technical terrain. But whenever you need to run fast, you need to have the wheels. Yeah. Interesting. Wow. It hurts to see Martina in that state. We had a very good Martine streak yesterday, because Martine Antamaten won the 100K distance. It was, let me get all the names. In a women's, Martina Valmasoy.
Yep.
And in the, but it has changed, I think, because now she has moved back down, because it's Claire Banworth. But for a while, it was Martina Klonschik-Pocht, who was also leading the race. So now Martina Kumerlatu, according to the stats, she might come back and confirm the domination of the Martins and Martinez over the weekend. But yeah, as we had our first main top 3 across the line in the 100 miles, Claire Banworth is still leading the women's field, and she is about 10 minutes, just under 10 minutes ahead of Lisa Borzani, which we cannot count out. Like, Lisa Borzani is, you know, super, super strong on this terrain. She's a local to the area, yeah, she's done the tour, so she's been on these trails a whole lot. And then Martina is another 20 minutes back in 3rd.
And they don't have much longer to go to the finish line either. They have kind of done their final big climb, and they've got that little blip that we saw on the flyover earlier in the day, a little contour up the mountain before they drop back down and head towards the finish line. So they are not far away from home.
So again, super cool POV with Luca Del Pero. It really looks like a video game.
Yeah.
Like, he's just so clean and consistent, perfect stride across this terrain. And I love the work that the organizers have made. You see that they've mowed the grass a little bit around that track? No, that can't be. They just walked the whole track with a donkey and just had it.
Let me loose. It's my new favorite weekend pastime, mowing, cutting the grass with the, we call it weed eaters in South Africa. What do you call it in France? I've been using it a lot in New Zealand, so weed eater, weed whacker. Weed whacker. They're fun to use. Great heat training too.
Yeah, certainly.
Quick little look over his shoulder there. But I think he's probably got a little bit of a gap on... Well, actually, we don't really know what's happening behind him.
No.
Johan Mireles could be really close behind. Yeah, Mattea also came through wrong at the same time. So our top 4 after Peter were all within seconds of each other.
Knowing that William has leapfrogged all of them.
Yeah.
Maybe he found a good shortcut.
It's all about choosing the lines.
Choosing the right line, but not cutting the trail, because then it sets you back another 15 minutes.
Yeah, we don't want that. Loving all of the shout outs in the chats. If you are following someone specific, give them a shout out. Show them some love. We've got Dan, who's following Usman Rafi, and Snuyens, who's following Team Ramon. So love to see the support out there for your friends, your family. Show some more love if you're following in the chat. Let's give them a little bit of a boost.
And feel free to use the GIFs, because that's what this chat is for. That's the reason why we're moving away from YouTube, because YouTube doesn't have GIFs, so it kind of limits creativity. Oh, we're looking back, and that's what we like to see as well. I reckon this is Mattia Bertoncini.
Where's Manuel Marias?
Or would it be Manuel Marias? You might make... And you know what? To keep the suspense going for a little longer, we're going to take a quick break. And we'll be back after that to find out.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
The groove is so nice.
And welcome back. Welcome back. We are back with Luca Del Pero, our third place man here in the WalserWaeg Trail. They are just over 20 kilometers through this race, our top men, so just over halfway. And Luca is making this look very simple, very smooth. Floating over the trail. We still are unsure about where Manuel Moraes is and Matteo Bertoncini. We do know that William Buffelli has moved up into second position, and Petter Engdahl, the Swedish Adidas runner, is still out in the lead. On the women's side, we are still looking at Fabiola Conti in first place. Emily Schmitz moved into second place, overtaking Martina on this climb, and now we are looking at Martina on the screen. Oh, she's working hard. Loving to see the gifts, keep them going. Hopefully no one is rolling down a hill looking like that, but very cute panda. We haven't lost Peter. Peter is still out in the lead. We just don't have any camera runners with him at this moment. Hopefully we'll get some nice drone shots of him at some point in the day soon. But for now, we will be sticking with our third place man.
Yeah, I don't know how you answered that, but like, did we lose Petter? He's like, nah, it's Petter who lost us.
There we go. That's exactly what happened. Our camera runners are good, but unfortunately, Petter is just better and isn't carrying 4 kgs on his back.
He is not indeed. So there we go. We had a quick glimpse of Emily Schmidt coming out of that steep section on the climb, while Martina Kumerlotto is still in the thick of it. But she's not giving up. She's a tough cookie.
Wow, wow, wow.
Breaking back into a run. He is chasing hard in third. He knows William Buffelli will be strong all the way, and he needs to stay on the gas. I don't know if you can catch a glimpse of him, but did we see any images to see if he was actually Manuel Merias or Mattia?
We haven't got any more information.
Okay, but we know fourth place is within 30 seconds, possibly, of Luca Del Pero.
There we go. Also in the top left-hand corner, 0.37 kilometers to the next summit. So by that estimation, I would say Petter's probably over that summit and started his way down.
Over the bump and then sending it downhill.
Yeah.
Gotta love the gifts. Love the gifts.
There we go. Back with our leading lady, Fabiola Conti. Still steadily making her way up towards that high point before she starts the more contouring section. The front half of this race is very vert heavy.
Yeah.
When you look at the time, almost 2 hours 45 minutes and 17 kilometers, you know that they've done a lot of climbing in that time.
Yeah. And then and despite that, like, Fabiola chooses not to take poles.
Yeah.
So sure, I mean, she's proving us that without poles, she can still be in the lead and have a substantial gap on the rest of the women's field. But still, like, wouldn't it be easier for her? I don't know. Actually, this is something I want to find out. When she ran Worlds and she took bronze in the long trail, did she have poles?
Ooh, good question. I want to say no. Here we go. She has a quiver on her back there. No, that's not a quiver. Nope, no poles. You know, it's interesting though, because I find that sometimes, especially when I'm just starting out with using my poles again, I'm really inefficient with them. And maybe it's just that people are afraid that they're using more energy than they're worth.
Yeah. It's, yeah, you had the same image as I did. And, yeah, you're right. Far out. Because that track was super brutal. There was a lot of elevation gain and loss. And, again, for her to make it across, what was it, 75?
Almost 80, no?
Yeah, and yeah. Okay, she's proving us all wrong.
Yeah.
But just imagine if she did use poles. Okay, so there's a bit of a traverse, and this could be salvation for Martina Kimura. So you change muscle group, you get a breather, get your heart rate to get a little lower, you lose a few bits, and then you can reset a little bit, get back in the proper groove. Although that is a very short section, actually.
Yeah, I think she's really struggling on the kills because, you know, as that little climb started, she was back into the hike, and it was, yeah, she's struggling.
We have a one pole man.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, but I was trying to look in the quiver if there was if it was one, but there was none.
It didn't look like it. He must have broken one.
Yeah, maybe they had the sale at the bottom of the valley. It's one for one.
Half price.
Half price. Yeah, it's even better. God.
That is steep.
Die, Martina.
One pole man sounds like a superhero.
Damn right, King Cheese.
Brilliant.
No, it is Mattia. Because the poles that Manuel Merias... Oh.
I'm out of energy completely.
You need help or?
No.
Okay.
No, I can manage to go down, but really bad.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so she's done.
No,
oh, no.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
Okay? Yeah. I have cramps everywhere.
Team 30, j'ai la... Team 30,
oh yeah, tough day.
Et la 5e, je laisse filer. Je reste
and now we have
la mienne ou pas?
Women. So it was an Italian because she talked to Martina in Italian, and then could it be
Emily
Elle est
Ripes?
passée la 3e et la
and then
4e.
Sarah Burke?
No, Emmeline.
Emily Ripes. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, Roberta Jacquin and Emmeline Ribes. Wow.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Yep.
Super tough. And you could see that she was really struggling on that hill, and unfortunately, just not her day. That's how it goes. So there we go. Fabiola Conti in the lead, Emily Schmitz in second position, and now Roberta Jacquin in third position. The reality of events like this, unfortunately, sometimes it's just not your day. Sometimes it's just a hard day out and things don't go your way. And it's always really hard to see that when someone has put so much work into something like this and it doesn't go right. Super tough. We have eyes on Peter.
Hurry up, that's gonna be brief. There we go. See, I told you, it's far too quick and
He's gone.
He's like the mystery man.
Allez, Manuel. Ah, Team 2, le 5e, j'ai une chute de Manuel Merias.
Manuel Merias, who just tripped a little bit. Ah, but he's quite a bit back. Yeah, from Mattia. Nice. Yep, you're good at this.
Thank you.
You just spotted Mattia way out in the distance. There probably is going to be about a minute.
Yeah, that's maybe what, 100, 200 meters, 300 meters separating the two. Still moving very, very well. All right, Martin, this question was posed to me, but I think it applies to both of us. What's your favorite race in the world, besides Monte Rosa, of course?
Let's go 3.
Okay, top three.
Top 3.
And while you think we've got Peter Engdahl, just going to call it out in case we lose him again. But Peter Engdahl, Swedish Adidas runner in first position, defending his title from last year.
And so far, doing extremely, extremely well. He's really far away from his competition. We haven't seen the gap officially between him and William Buffelli in second place, but he's been moving so well so far all day that it looks, at least so far, as though he's probably going to do a double here in Monte Rosa. And it's solid because, you know, it's not like he's showing up at a race, like an obscure race, and, oh, okay, I'm going to win again. Like, this is a tough race. This is a world-class race. I mean, you look at the names on the start line, and for Manuel Merias to be in 5th place on a terrain that should suit him is very, very impressive. Here, the second person with the white T-shirt is... there we go. Yeah, a mere mortal who managed to keep up with Petter for about the 50 meters, and that was it. But look at that scenery.
Wow. I mean, watching Petter run through here is truly just like a masterpiece. He is so smooth and fluid over this terrain. It's so impressive.
Oh no, okay, he was just leaning forward to put his hand on the boulder as he was maybe crossing a creek or something. I got worried for a second. But no, Peter Engdahl in full control. And if you're only joining us right now, he's pretty much led, just like last year, from wire to wire. He was first at the beginning and then just kept pulling away. Eventually in the descent, they made a bit of ground in the first long, steep descent of that course, which was pretty much the only shot at creeping up on Petter. But that was never enough to close the gap. And then from then on, he's just kept increasing it over and over again. And so Paul, who's just joining, yeah, the tracking of the runners is working. If you are on live.utmb.world and you choose the WalserWaeg trail, which is the 50K.
We have an interesting first position currently. Not sure who he is.
Yeah, so I guess somebody who's obviously had a number, but has clocked through the Tash aid station. Swan Jiage, who is not in the lead. So from that, this is all the checkpoints at the wrong aid station, and this is accurate. And then actually in the women's, yes, it is still working. And we've had a change of position. Fabiola Conti still in the lead, but then Martina Kumarlato, who was second at wrong, went back to third. Emily Schmidt's passing her at the beginning of the climb, and then Martina eventually stopped and was going to drop out.
This is Emmeline Reeves.
Excuse-moi.
Ribes.
Ribes.
Tu me dis si je te gêne. Team 30, oui, exact. Il s'agit de la troisième, la française.
Emmeline Ribes now running in third, chasing American runner Emily Schmidt. And looking good. Like, you know, she doesn't look like she's huffing and puffing too hard. She's just consistently climbing. See, and even looking up in the distance. So she's not completely blind. She's looking at her watch. Full control. Well done.
She recently ran the 42K at the Marathon du Mont-Blanc, coming in 13th position there. And the Tour de Crete, first position there in early, end of May, also 42K. So this is very much within her wheelhouse. And she's looking really strong. Ooh.
Fabiola Conti, please do not do this to us.
Oh.
Yeah. And despite all these little trips and mistakes, Fabiola Conti is still well ahead, and somebody else is well ahead. This is truly a one-man show again today. We had our doubts, I gotta admit it. You know, seeing the depth of the field, but he is delivering again and proving that he belongs to the world's best. And this is definitely a man to count on when we're gonna get to Chamonix at the end of August. And Almero is enjoying the race from South Africa.
South Africans in the chat.
How's it?
What's up, my home dog?
But then, okay, so then that's a question for you, because I felt that way when we did the coverage of this race last year, and we saw Peter Engdahl deliver such a strong performance. Do you want to be peaking right now?
No, you don't. But I think there's a way to manage it. As long as you recover really well after this, give your body the proper time to recover, and don't jump straight back into training. I think you can recover from having a really strong race here and then performing again at the end of August. I think it's really about managing the effort and then the recovery afterwards to make sure that you're not burning your matches too soon.
Yeah, because, I mean, he seems in control, but, like, to run the way he runs, like, you're working.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that stride. That's unreal.
That's the marathon stride right there.
And so, yeah, a hard effort, because that's not even 6 weeks out.
Yeah. No.
No. It's like
no more.
5?
No, it's more. Don't tell me that. 7 weeks.
Five and a half.
Oh, wow. I didn't hear that.
Oh, look at that! William Boffelli, ladies and gentlemen, and he is so much closer than we thought.
Yeah. The race is on.
Wow. Wow. We love a good fight. And, you know, he's would have moved extremely well on that technical terrain, because Petter was moving well whenever we had him on the images, but man, do not roll out the Italian runner when it's on home turf. He is there, and I love to have this feedback again. Hats off to Nora, Petter's fiancée,
Oui.
who's with us through chat and everything, and she's like, plot twist. Petter is running seriously now.
Oh my goodness.
So he's certainly not peaking at the moment. He's just cruising.
He's just cruising.
And he's kind of a booster before OCC, sorry. Will be seriously now. And to your point, when you quoted his third place at European Champs in mountain running, that is going to be a very similar effort. All right, let's take a look at how Petter goes through the aid station. You know, oh no, what happened? He's dropped something.
Oh no! Oh no!
Ouais, le premier a perdu un truc. Là, là, ah, là.
Oh no! He dropped his bottle. Dang! I hope his powder didn't fall out of there.
Okay, so a little bit of drama here, but well sorted. Camera found the lid on it. Oh, there's Cook going in. That's good. And it looks windy. That's going to be good. That's going to cool them down. If they manage to put a little water over themselves, that is going to help the runners cool down the jets a little bit. And that's going to be necessary because they are going all out. Look at that. William Buffelli, I reckon, would have caught a glimpse of Petter if he really tried.
That's going to be less than a minute between the two, I think.
And Dave is watching all the way from New Zealand. G'day. Dave, on which island are you?
That's less than a minute between the two entering the aid station.
And they're both exactly going for the same thing, one flask filled with Coke.
Yeah,
there we go.
That makes sense. It's a pretty much a downhill section, 8 kilometers. You don't probably not going to need that much fluid, so one flask of Coke sounds like a good way to go. Not carrying too much extra weight. Efficient at the aid stations. Wow.
And the gifts are back in the chat. That's awesome. Thank you all.
Oh, the drama. Love it.
Here we go, back with the women's race, and still in the lead, irreparably. She's going to be hard to beat on that kind of terrain, Fabiola Conti. But again, never roll out competition.
Là, c'est beau, il y a un beau passage quand même avec un peu des
We
spectateurs.
thought it was almost in the bag for Petter Engdahl. And there we go, we turn around for 1 second, and William Buffelli just is right there on his tail. 250-meter gap.
I wonder if Petter has or knows how close he is.
And there we go, Dave following from the better island, if I can say that. Oh, I'm not going to make friends. But shots fired. Oh, okay, so that person on the bench, I do not understand Italian perfectly, but I think he just told him like how far Petter ahead was. So that's going to be a very meaningful piece of information for William if he hasn't had the chance to catch a glimpse of Petter ahead.
Also interesting, we haven't had our 3rd place or 4th place man come through that Refugio Gabiet.
Wow, okay.
Team 5, je vais débrancher.
And there we go, moving back with Fabiola Conti on that pretty much the back end of that climb.
Yeah.
And as we are with Fabiola, we'll have a quick break and we'll be right back with you. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe to come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
We're back, and this is Matthias coming up to the aid station here at Refugio Gabillet.
And Luca is also here.
Yeah, Luca was in third
Yeah,
position.
yep.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense. There we go. Luca Del Perro coming into the final section. You can see the aid station just ahead.
There you go. He's getting at the aid station. We're going to get a split time.
I guess is 3 or 4 minutes.
It is a substantial gap. And it's interesting that, only William Buffelli managed to keep up with the insanely fast pace of Peter Engdahl. And so let's see what Luca is going to go for.
Water.
That is water. And he's cooling himself down as well.
Oh, wow. 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's crazy when you think, like, I mean, he's still running super well.
Yeah.
And already 6 minutes back from the lead. Same Mattia Bertoncini here representing Team New Balance. A minute away from the aid station, if that. And he is most likely ahead of Manuel Merias, also from Team New Balance, which is, I don't know, for me, the opportunity, talking about Team New Balance, to give a shout out to Andrea Calera, team manager, one of the team managers for Team New Balance, who was in a motorbike accident and has been at the hospital since, so all our thoughts go to him. He's such a figure in trail running and always been around with a smile, regardless of who you were. He always had time for you. So we look forward to having him back on the trails. Mattia going half water, the classic. Half water, half Coke. So it's a bit less fuzzy. And then you're not yet dipping into a full sugar drink. Looking for bananas, but there's none there. No monkey business at this aid station. And Mattia will be back out. So interesting. 3 out of the first 4 runners went for Coke.
Yeah, and there's another minute and 40 seconds between Luca Del Pero and Mattia Bertoncini.
They're at 26 Ks.
Interestingly, and I'm not sure if the more technical section that you mentioned has happened already, or if it's still coming.
I think it has.
Okay, that would make sense because Peter's time from last year was 21 minutes slower than, I mean, his time from last year was 21 minutes faster than his time from this year.
Yeah, so definitely. Yeah, the flags at the aid station were definitely horizontal. There we go, uphill notes from Wrong to Gabiet, 10K and 860 meters. William Boffelli was the fastest split. By a minute.
Wow.
He's gained a minute on Petter.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah, 52 seconds. And then Luca Del Pero, 124. So Luca's lost so much time on that section. Interesting. Here we go. Allez les Bleus. 3rd place woman, Emily Ribes. Is moving up the field, and yeah, it's not over.
Yeah, she's moving really well.
And at this pace, I mean, we know that Emily Schmitz has shown that she was very strong going up, but you know, the podium is may not be in the bag. So again, here are the splits between your top 3 men at the last aid station. Peter Engdahl motoring in front, but 49 seconds back, William Boffelli, and then Luca Del Pero, 6 minutes 54 seconds. Peter is motoring.
Yeah. I don't imagine anyone has been out there to tell him what's going on, but he looks like he's running like he knows he's being chased.
So 2 different strides, but like Willie is not moving slow either.
Doesn't have a quiver or anywhere to put his pulse. Running with him in his hands, and I guess over a 50k distance, maybe it's more efficient that way.
Yep, just
yeah.
Unfold, fold.
Oy, oy, oy.
300 meters.
That is nothing.
That is absolutely nothing.
They've got a lot of very runnable descending coming up.
And then quite a punchy climb. Actually, a couple of climbs. A climb and a baby climb. But, you know, you see a baby climb on the course profile. But when you're actually on the ground, you're like, what?
It's not so baby.
Yeah. And we've seen that yesterday for sure. So, you know, they cannot just run on fumes and let gravity do the work. They're gonna have to be well fueled and look after themselves. So as we have Peter Engdahl in the lead of this WalserWaeg trail, the 50k distance of the Monte Rosa WalserWaeg by UTMB weekend, we'll have the pre-race interview that we were telling you about. Let's hear it.
My name is Peter Engdahl and I'm a runner for Adidas, and I'm living in Norway but race for Sweden. I came to Monte Rosa last year, and it was a race I really enjoyed, and I think it was a course that suited me really well, and yes, just enjoyed it immensely, and I wanted to come back. The course is absolutely stunning. It's technical, it has a lot of big climbs which I like, and I just also love racing in Italy. The ambience here and the people and the community is very kind, and it feels so joyful in a way to race here. So yeah, so I'm just super happy to be back here.
Fantastic.
Yeah, the competition this year is going to be really tough. Obviously, Manuel Marilas is a very strong runner, and Nadir is also a runner I really respect, and we had a good race in Oceania a couple of months ago. So I'm really looking forward to see how fast we can run together. I think obviously the climbs is plays to my strengths. I like these really steep, punchy climbs, and then coming up to the course where it's like a little bit technical. The descent maybe isn't my biggest strengths, but I think I can make up that time in the uphills, and especially towards the ends where it's a little bit shorter but punchier climbs in a way. That's from what I remember last year. I could pull away a little bit, so in general I think it's a course that suits me well, but we will see. Yeah, the climb that we didn't get to do last year is pretty technical and messy. You stay a lot in high altitude, and it's kind of grassy and technical, and you have some rock sections and a little bit more alpine. I think runners like Manuel and Nadir is a section that could suit them really well, but I think it is good for me too. But so I don't expect us to run as fast as last year. It looks a little bit hotter as well this year, so we see what the times will be. But in general, it's just a very fun course with a little bit of everything, but mostly like real trail running, which I like.
Real trail running, which he likes, and he is showing it that he's more like dominating than just liking the course. William Buffelli just under 300 meters back from Peter Engdahl at the last time or distance difference that we've had thanks to the studio. We see someone running down there. This is not Peter. Peter is wearing a white t-shirt. And look, William is taking all the right lines.
Up, up, up.
And great job by our camera mountain bikers to clear the way for our top runners. Beautiful. Like, look at that side shot.
Boy.
You know, the production in UTMB World Series have added another 4 sources on this course just to give us the opportunity to follow these runners a little bit more closely.
Team 9, par contre, après là, je vais le laisser passer devant en single et je le follow derrière.
Navigating all those rocks very, very smoothly.
There we go. It's another shot for everyone. Peter just looked at his watch.
What number's everyone on? 50?
That is a lot indeed. Oh yeah, but again, you see that gap closing because there was a descent and then a climb. But yeah, William looks like he's closing.
felt a little bit small for how far apart they are. Although I guess Petter's just entered the trees there.
Yeah. So that is the section, that is the roller coaster that Petter really enjoyed and felt really strong on last year. So I think mentally he's going to enter into that zone being like, all right, this is the part where that I forgot. I'm going to open up with confidence. Look at him go. Look at him go. If you didn't have them already, I think some of the Strava segments are going down on that section.
Attention!
So again, you really have to be smooth, not to, get yourself caught like momentum in those turns, try to navigate them as clean as possible, but also, you'll be moving fast through the section. You want to be looking after yourself, still drink, still eat as much as you can. They are still at least more than that, 50 to 55 minutes away, because you said he was 25 minutes slower than his previous time. Previous time was just under 4 hours. Yeah, look at that. And as smooth as he is, you can still see on slow-mo how much pounding goes through the legs.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, I feel like sections like this, it's very easy to forget to look after yourself, like you said, because you're in such a good flow. Like this type of trail allows you to get into a good flow. It's very easy to let 30 minutes go by without even thinking about it, and then realizing that you're 30 minutes back on your nutrition plan. Sometimes having a little timer on your watch is really useful for those kinds of things.
Yeah. And again, looking at every section of the course before your race and be like, okay, this is going to be fast, so I'm going to pay extra care to my nutrition. Having a plan is also good, but as I've always been told, like, have a plan, but don't fall in love with the plan. Because if it goes out the window, then just don't freak out. Just react and
you
play
have
it by
to be
ear.
flexible with whatever your plan is.
Yeah.
And have plan B and C and D and all the options for various scenarios.
Yeah, I think that's the point. Like, whichever plan you have, like, be prepared to throw it out the window and open the unexpected. Be like, oh, okay, there's something new. How am I gonna troubleshoot? Nigga.
Trixie for the bike.
I was just gonna say, like, man, that mountain biker has mad skills, and I was like, okay. It's almost gonna be a competition between mountain bikers. Like, hey, look, I went through that section smoothly, and you didn't. So hopefully we'll stay with William for long enough. Yeah, both are moving super well.
C'est la barrière orange qu'on sort, Théo.
Seconds. Oh man, that is nothing. Here we go. Let's see. Yeah, he goes over. Same, and the mountain biker. And gets almost stuck at the same time. Here we go. Women's race. Emily Schmitz from the U.S. living in Sham, representing HOKA. Ooh, she doesn't look as swift as she was when she passed Martina Cumarlato on the probably what is the very last stages of that second big climb. She's looking up, probably trying to see where the end is.
Hoping it's getting closer.
And apparently, from what we're getting, there might be a pass.
Wait.
You're going to have to wait because we have a beer break.
absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vibram grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
The groove is so nice.
Here we go. We are back in a women's race where things are happening, and we have, ladies and gentlemen, a race on our hand. We can see the little bump here, probably 150 meters behind Emily Schmitz, and this is where any second now we'll see Emeline Ribes pop out from. So I don't think she can see Emily just yet.
Not just yet, but she's made up a lot of time on Emily. So I think there's every chance that we will see an overtake here. Yeah, I mean, Emily Schmitz went through wrong at 11:11 a.m., so 2:11 elapsed time. And Emmeline went through in 2:16.
Wow, so she's made up almost 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Solid move. Yeah, well, she's making our camera runner breathe pretty hard, so it means that she's moving extremely well up that hill. Emeline Ribes is punching way above her UTMB index, her current one.
Oh, wow. Oh, no. That's not correct.
No, yeah. We could have been wrong once again, but this time I think we're not. And Emeline Ribes is indeed from France, and it is Emily Schmitz, who is not from Italy, but from the US. A little bit of a mix-up here in the flags, but that was at the last aid station. Since then, quite a bit has changed, because actually at the wrong aid station, Martina Cumerlato was still in second, but our production has removed her from the rankings because she has indeed chosen to turn around. She was just not feeling good at all. And actually, talking about people who weren't feeling good, we got news from Nadir Maguet, and he said, man, Martin, I had the legs. Like, I was feeling really strong. I was able to even close on Petter, but this morning when I had breakfast, I could feel like something was off with my stomach. And as soon as I got up there, it just was not sitting right. And I didn't want to, murder myself and carry on with the race, not being in good conditions, especially while I know my legs are good and the fitness is good. So he said, I'll just, forget about that one, put a lid on it, and all eyes on CCC now.
that's actually it's a really hard decision to take when your legs are feeling good. But if the goal is not, if this is not the A goal, if the A goal is CCC, to run a race when your legs are feeling good, you're probably going to push really hard. But if you can't fuel properly for this race, you dig yourself into such a big hole that's going to be really hard to recover from come CCC at the end of August. And then, it's just not really worth it.
Yeah, but as you say, it's always a hard decision to make. You know, last year he wanted to be there, but he couldn't. And so he had promised to Franco, one of the race organizers, that he was going to be there at the start and he wanted to do well. And so when you cannot deliver, it's okay. You got to make the smart decision. And as you said precisely, if this is not your A race, it's not worth it. Hey, Willie is chasing. He's got his head down, and he is definitely gunning it. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed because I don't know Will's marathon time, or if even he has one. But knowing that on that kind of ground, Petter with a 2:23 road marathon speed, like he can really open up. William is still. He's actually closing.
He is closing.
That is awesome. Is he smiling?
I love that his head is literally down.
Yeah, like he's in the well. That is impressive. We almost thought we weren't gonna have a good fight in the men's race because Petter would, like last year, completely blow out the race right from the beginning and didn't give us a chance, or any the rest of the field, a chance to retaliate and give us like really cool pass and drama. And here comes Italian Willy Buffelli. It's like,
No.
Aspetta una minuta. I am here and I will show you. Super exciting race on our hand here on this valley track.
Yeah, he's back for redemption after last year. Second last year here at the WalserWaeg Trail. So this year he's coming back for that win.
Yep. He's going to try everything he can to take down Petter Engdahl. Pointing out, we're cruising at like sub 4 minute, like easily sub 4 minute per K on that section. And now Emily Schmitz has gone past the halfway point, still climbing.
I think there's about 1K, a little bit more than 1K between Emily and Fabiola.
Le premier là, il reçoit des instructions de sa team.
Here we go. I think Babs was there again.
She would have been able to give him now the intel that he needed to know that William was chasing hard.
Yeah.
I feel like this might be the first time that he'll have heard that too.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Oi.
Yeah. And so now, is that going to be the point where having poles on that last climb, as soon as they're going to go back into the forest, and up on the right-hand side of the valley. William will have poles, Peter will not. And this is
I don't know.
Going up and down, like we're oscillating between 290 meters to 200 meters to now 250 meters. And there's really not much. Neither of them can afford to just fall apart ever so slightly.
No, but that's the beauty of racing a 50k as well. There's really no room for falling off the edge. It's the best description I've heard of running a 50k. It's like you're dancing on the edge of a ledge, and one step either side, you fall off the side, and you can't recover from that. You don't recover from falling off the wagon.
Yeah.
Running 50k.
If that happens, you're just hanging for dear life until the end.
Okay.
Okay, so we're getting now. Aid station is probably a few Ks away, if that. I think they're probably going to get there ahead of time. They're anticipated now to get there. See, he's taking the flasks out, so he probably has the aid station in sight. Wow, there will be no second spared in that aid station. I can guarantee you that.
We've got Babs, one of the team managers for Adidas. She is at the aid station here, so she wasn't ahead on the trail.
Okay.
She'll be able to give Peter any insight on what is happening behind him now.
There you go. The crowds are here. I didn't realize you could have an aid station crew at this. So there's just 1 point. So 1 flask was handed over. Instructions were given very clearly. And off he was as our images froze. William Buffelli is now still head down, looking at his watch. Just for the sake of sportsmanship, I really hope he has crew, so the difference will not be made at aid stations, but truly on the athletic level of this gentleman.
Troppo qua, devi spingere nell'altro, non è più da perdere, dai, dai!
People will have just communicated to Will the difference with him, and okay, sweet. There was crew for him too, so it's gonna be down to who is the strongest all the way until the end.
Oh no, we didn't get Peter's timing chip at the Tash this past point. No. Okay, so we can assume that it's still roughly about a minute. I don't think there was any time lost or gained in that section.
But look, I feel like now William on that road section, he's drinking or eating another gel, and he might not be running as fast as Peter was on that section. I don't know, that's just my perception. And it's crazy because we see that distance 250 meters is really not much, but then, yeah, you still run like 2.5 laps of the track. So it's still, from a time perspective, it's quite a bit. It's quite a bit. They are 7 Ks from the finish, or is that more?
Just over 7 Ks.
Yes.
Maybe more like 8 and a bit.
8.1 if things are correct. Oh. And with a like couple climbs, couple bumps, steep descents, and then the last flat section in this last 2 Ks is everything but flat, and it again will go back into the forest for a little bit, undulating, and then drop back down. So it's not smooth sailing until the end, far from it. And it's mind-blowing here, the difference where the men's are. And then I believe we're following Fabiola Conti.
Yeah. Yeah, Fabiola's just coming up to that aid station. The Refugio Gabiet.
So she'll have to go a little bit on those open tracks first before she can head into that aid station. And we'll have the splits on the women's race, and that's going to be very interesting because we've had some interesting moves where Emily Schmidt's still holding on to second place, but we had a Frenchie coming in very strong, Emeline Ribes, in third place. And the way she was moving, at that point, she had already made what looked like about 4 minutes on American runner Emily Schmidt's. So if she carried on, we might even have a pass at some point.
While we're watching Fabiola making her way through this technical section, let's relive her 120-kilometer finish last year at the Monte Rosa. She had an incredible race here last year, and she is doing it again this year. Just a slightly different distance this time.
She had pulled off such a performance. She was 4th overall, 18 hours, 2 minutes, and 1 second. So actually, even though, that's almost the exact same course that they ran this year. And so there we go. Marco Nutti from Italy has finished the Sentier des Valdôtains race. He's in 6th position in 17:59.54. So basically, if nobody else comes in the next 3 minutes, oh no, but that's long gone already. Yeah, so she would have been 7th overall at that time this year. So still breaking into the top 10. Her performance last year was unreal. And then she confirmed at World Champs, taking bronze. And she's back again because she's just loving these trails. Here we go. That is a critical part of the race. William Buffelli with poles, giving everything he's got, hoping to close the gap on Peter Engdahl. Last year, these two gentlemen were 1st and 2nd, respectively. They are still in 1st and 2nd this year, but it feels that where last year Peter was not to be touched, here he cannot afford to have any weakness or any down moment because William Buffelli is chasing hard within probably less than a minute. The way you see him climb uphill, he is climbing with purpose. William Buffelli, look at him go.
Big, powerful steps like that.
And so he's going to be able to move without working as hard with his legs, which then could turn into a little bit more left in the legs for the rest of the runnable and downhill sections. Here, Luca Del Pero in 3rd place. Probably still hasn't made much time. He was 6 minutes back, if I remember correctly, at the last aid station. And so it is I was trying to compare. Confusion was high here. That's why I got silent. Wasn't having a stroke. But yeah, okay. 12:38 for William Buffelli. It is 12:44. So we are already 6 minutes elapsed. And Luca Del Pero is a couple minutes away with that from the aid station. So he's lost ground on that long, very fast descent. So this is even more impressive, because I don't want to take anything away from Petter, but we know how fast he is on this
Yeah.
stage. But William was actually sticking with Petter's pace the entire time.
Yeah. I think it's not about taking anything away from Petter, but it's kind of, we expected it from him.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like we know that he can run fast. We know that he's got the leg speed for it. But William is, at least my understanding of William's strengths was more that he was a very good technical runner. So when he can keep up with someone like Petter on those very runnable descents, it's super impressive.
Super impressive indeed. And so last year, he was over 12 minutes back in second place from Petter Engdahl. And so now he's clearly gotten much closer. How close, we don't quite know yet, because the split time at the last aid station with Petter did not register. But yeah, as we were saying, he's primarily a ski mountaineer. So he knows the mountains, he's comfortable in this environment. And, when his ethos is fast and light, which, is always using very light equipment to move as fast as possible in the mountains, especially in the winter, well, he's doing exactly the same on trails over the summer. And, like, truly delivering.
Yeah. Up until recently, he also held the record for the run and ski for the Mont-Blanc FKT. I think that was broken earlier this season, but he held that record for about a year.
Yep. And talking about Skimo achievements, he also has the Chamonix-Zermatt, the Haute Route FKT, 103 Ks, 8,200 meters of climbing in 13 hours and 27 minutes on skis, and that he did together with another legend in ski mountaineering, Matteo Jacquemot. And his time that you were talking about, Mont Blanc, from Chamonix and back in 4 hours 43.
Crazy fast.
And there we go. Let's look at the splits now for Luca Del Pero. Hasn't updated yet, but we'll get it very shortly.
12:47 p.m. So 3:46 elapsed time. That is 8 minutes back, bit more, almost 9 minutes back from William Buffelli, almost 10 minutes back from Petter.
Incredible. So both first and second has put another 3 minutes on Luca Del Pero. Luca being absolute world class.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit tired, because admittedly he's raced in Val d'Aran 2 weeks ago on the 50K and had a hard race. These are the choices you make. Oh. Petter still fueling, looking after himself.
Still running uphill.
There we go. There she is. Finally, we'll have a split here at the aid station. Your women's leader, Fabiola Conti. Very, very swift transition in and out. And she just refilled one flask. So knowing that at the last aid station, she only had a soft cup, not even a flask of Coke in there. I don't think she drank anything, so she just refilled a soft flask. If there is doping control at the end, she's going to be there for a while, because I don't think she's going to be peeing anytime soon.
Or she is just a camel. Or reptilian.
Yeah.
Just over 6 kilometers to go? Just under 6 kilometers to go. Wow. 6 kilometers to go.
Yeah, let's call it 6.
There we go. Round it up. 6 Ks to go, and Petter is still moving very, very well. Still fueling.
And still looking at his watch.
Yeah. Boy, I think he's caught because that pit has just gone through there.
I mean, again, at this point, you know, William can probably see him. Oh yeah, this is closed. The gap has closed, and they're not quite yet done with all the climbing. And we also have a very steep descent. And we know William Buffelli, being such a mountain athlete, not again to take anything from Peter Engdahl, but William Buffelli can run downhill like an absolute demon. And again, fast and light without too much pounding. And using the poles here every time he can to just propulse him a little bit further forward without using his legs too much. We have a solid fight. So far, it's not elbow to elbow, but it might happen. It might happen. The question is, will Peter have another gear? So if he sees that William is closing, he'll just switch that one just to make sure that there's no chance for William to ever come close to him.
Yeah, I think where Peter has slight advantages that it does end with a slightly more runnable section, and I do think Peter potentially has slightly better leg speed on the flatter terrain. But in saying that, Will has run incredibly well on the runnable descents as well. So, you know, maybe that's an incorrect statement.
We shall see. We shall see. I feel like for the last 6, 7, even more, like since the last descent, they have been running at about the same pace. They are just like, yeah, there's like just over and under 250, 300 meters apart, and neither of them has been able to either open or close that gap. Here we go. Emily Schmitz, second place in the women's race. And so far, holding on to that second place. So we'll keep an eye on the splits whenever she makes it to the aid station that Fabiola Conti just cleared quite a while ago now.
She's got about 3 Ks to go to. She's got 3 kilometers to go to that aid station still.
And Fabiola Conti went through it at 12:48, so that's already 4 minutes away. So wow, this is going to be a substantial gap. And once again, masterclass by the Italian runner.
In our chat, good observation there. Our leading men are probably going to be passing our leading woman in the 100-mile category race. Claire Barnworth in the lead there. She's been through the Tash checkpoint, as well as Lisa Borzani and Martina
Butch.
They've all been through that Tash aid station. So we might be seeing our lead men coming up on them sometime too.
Hopefully they're going to have enough time to move out of the way, because the 100-mile category is 120K pace is slightly slower than these gentlemen here going full throttle on the 50K distance. Ladies and gentlemen, that gap is melting. He is there. He will, for sure, if he looks up, he will see Peter Engdahl, and look at him go. Making full use of the poles. Again, the Skimo athletes.
Yeah, those poles are coming in handy on those steep sections. He is moving.
That is impressive. That's what we like to see, ladies and gentlemen. The fight all the way until the end.
We always talk about wanting a sprint finish. I think we're going to have a sprint final 5Ks between these two guys.
Even better. Make it last.
The tension.
Ooh la la. And so So the question will be now, will Petter ever look back to see the danger creeping up on him?
I mean, he knows. He got information at that last aid station that Will was only a minute behind, so he knows that he's close back.
Yeah, which would then lead us to believe that he's not like slowing down one bit. He just want to stay ahead, so he might already be full gas and not have an extra gear. So if Will Buffelli closes that gap that seems to be smaller and smaller, oh, what a race.
Yeah, man. I mean, we're talking about Will and how strong he is on these climbs with the poles, but Petter is still moving so well up these climbs. Remember, this is now, they've got probably close to 3,000, just under 3,000 meters in their legs. And he is still running.
Yeah, and then, yeah, Petter was looking back, but again, there wasn't enough line of sight for him to catch a glimpse of Will Buffelli. Well done to the hikers, who's like pretty much took a big dive on the side. And there we... Oh, hang on a sec. Oh, no.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the pink t-shirt. Is this Martina Curmelato who came back? Nope, it is not. We are still with second place here, Emily Schmitz.
Yeah, once again, just highlighting how technical and challenging this terrain has been. 3:56 elapsed time and 23 kilometers into this race. Probably about 2,500 meters of climbing as well. So it's an incredibly challenging race, incredibly demanding. And these are not athletes who don't have experience either. There we go with our third lady, Emmeline. She is on the trail. Oh, she's very close to
She is
Emily Schmitz.
very, very close.
So while in our men's race, we've got to fight for first and second, our ladies second and third is going to be on fire as well. We might see Emmeline take Emily Schmitz. She is moving very well.
There you go. 3:57.50. That's going to give us a very good indication as soon as we see Emmeline go through that section. We'll have about as good of a split as you get. Contouring and then taking the left, and it's all going to be flat and a bit of descent into that next aid station. Relatively flat.
Emily is moving well as soon as it flattens out, or I imagine descending, but it seems like she's really struggling a little bit on the climbs. As soon as that grade kicks a little, she's back into a walk, which maybe is just practice for the big loop at the end of August.
Yeah. And then, yeah, she's getting at some fuel. As you can see, even though there are a few clouds in the sky, it is very exposed for these runners. So whether she's eating or drinking, it's definitely a good move. But yeah, she looks like she's get a bit spent. Again, like shifting back into running. Yeah, you're right. Feels like where she was very strong on that first climb and made up quite a few positions, like she might be running a little bit on empty, which is maybe why she also chose to eat a little more.
Yeah.
And luckily she's gonna get to the aid station, and from that perspective, yeah, no, she's very close. She is very close. But then, yeah, Emily Schmidt, like, let's start taking bets. I reckon she's gonna go for Coke at the aid station, and then Emily Schmidt is
Just ahead there.
Yep, they're closing the gap.
Yeah. We're seeing an overtake, I think.
The French charge. Emeline Ribes. And yeah, Emily Schmitz is gonna have to be very swift at the aid station for her transition, because if that does not happen, oh wow, it's actually, that pass is actually gonna happen way before. But ladies and gentlemen, this is another pass that we didn't even see coming.
Oh wait, what?
Yes. Just for a second, we are looking at Emeline Ribes thinking, oh, she's going to move into second. But there we go. We have another woman coming and actually starting to basically throw a bowling ball into that ranking. Wow.
Oh, wow.
And by the look of it, it seems like we have Bloen Eule from France, from Team Colibri Trail Academy. So it's a French charge for real.
Oh, yeah. Wow. That was unexpected.
What a comeback. And now these two ladies, because that's the thing, like, Emeline Ribes did not look like she was overreaching. So now she'd be like, oh, hang on a sec. You're coming and passing me. I'm going to hold on. And I think this is what's happening. So these two are not going to really go pedal to the metal. And Emily Schmidt is going to have to resist. And I don't think she's ready for what's coming.
No, I don't think she's aware that she's got two very strong women closing real hard. There you go, bottles out.
Water? Gas or normal?
She is bleeding seconds at this aid station. You know. Oh, and there they are coming into the aid station. That's going to be a bit of a shock to the system for the American runner, because it's not one, but two. Three of them, second, third, and fourth woman at the aid station at the same time. Can you believe this? Good. Filling up. And there we go.
Boy, we have an overtake.
Bloen Eule is first to leave the aid station and now finding herself in second place. Woo!
What a day. What a race. Okay, looks like Emily has left the aid station as well. So we've got Emmeline, final bottle getting filled, and then she is going to make her way out as well. Trash in the box. The black bag.
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, Emily Schmidt's just behind Bloen.
And again, it shows if you have a swift transition at aid station, these are 3 seconds that you're putting on your competition.
Yeah, you come into an aid station, you be prepared. You have the bottles out, you have the lids off. if you're putting the powder in, you know, the section before the aid station was smooth. Put the powder in while you're running. Like every second that you can save at an aid station is seconds that you're gaining back or you're losing if you aren't prepared. Well, now I've got to let my nervous system calm down a little, so we're going to take a little break, but stay with us because we have lots more exciting racing coming up.
The group is so nice.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go, we're back in the women's race that has turned, like taking a big turn of events. It is Bloen Hulu who's left the last aid station in first, but I tell you that much, Emily Schmitz has not given up and she is not too far back, maybe 20 meters away, and so she is still chasing and not ready to give up that second place so easily. And since they were all three at the aid station at the same time, Emeline Ribes also won't be that far back. So we have second, third, and fourth women probably within a minute at the moment.
J'ai la troisième qui est vraiment derrière.
It's intense out here.
It's super intense, and yeah, you guys are right, but we're keeping an eye on it. The men's race is also happening, and we're getting close to the finish line. So we'll see what images we can have. Maybe have a split screen so we can follow both these races just as exciting side by side.
Bloen is having quite the day looking at her previous results.
Here we go.
Oh.
Back with the men's race as you requested, ladies and gentlemen. This is getting very close to the finish. He is now going to be on the road past that little bridge and then back right after he gets on the main road.
2.6 kilometers to go at the last checkpoint. He had 53 seconds. 53 seconds on our second William Boffelli.
So little and then so much at the same time. And there we go. He's going to be alongside the road for a few hundred meters and then straight back on the trails with a bit of a punchy climb actually. But yeah, you look behind and he seems to be in the clear. No, yeah, nah. That's gonna be it, ladies and gentlemen. 2.5 now kilometers to go. William Boffelli.
The problem is they're both running so fast. So those 53 seconds, while they feel closable, when they're both running at the same speed, there's just no movement happening. Something would have to happen for Will to be able to close those 53 seconds, in my mind.
Yeah.
I see Peter's got some friends and teammates out there who are cheering him on. I'm sure they've all telling him that he needs to move.
Which I'm sure he knows.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. It's 200 meters. And firing on all cylinders for so long, if any of them blow a gasket, boom, that's it. That's the end of the game.
Oh,
and there we go.
Looking for water. He's hot.
Final splash. Final splash.
Where's he going?
Le premier s'est planté, il s'est planté. Le premier s'est planté, il coupe dans les champs là. Le premier s'est planté dans la pampa.
He has to get back on the course.
Ouais, là c'est galère niveau balisage un peu. Hein. C'est galère.
Ooh.
Back on the course?
Well, he would be back on the course, but technically where you go off course, you have to come back all the way around to cover the entire course.
Oi, 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 oi.
This could be drama very close to the end. Because William is right there.
Yeah, and he is not stopping either.
And he's clearly finding the path.
Okay, everyone in the chat, let's hear it. Who are you cheering for? Who is going to take this home?
That is so close.
160 meters.
And see, there's still a bit of climbing to go. We'll have the poles to support that last effort. Peter is looking over his shoulders. He will probably see Will.
Oh, yeah.
Creeping up. Definitely less than 50 seconds now. Oh, this is going to be an insane finish.
You know, when you're watching people like free solo on YouTube,
oh yeah, you got the sweaty hands.
I've got the same thing now. The sweaty hands. This is so stressful.
Et team pour l'arrivée.
The poles are still away. He hasn't popped them out. Oi, 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 oi. Both of these guys are still moving so well.
And see, that was Williams chose not to use the poles on that climb. This might have been a bit of a mistake. You can see he's giving everything he's got, but Peter at this game, equally no poles. I think he's a little stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah,
less
than 2Ks.
And as you can see on the profile of the course, there's it's like a roller coaster at the end here. It's not flat at all. There's still going to be a few bumps to go. At this point, it's who has got enough in their legs. We've got lots of love for both of these guys in the chat, and I think we can all agree that both of them have had insane races. Peter obviously took it out really hard from the start, pretty much leading from the get-go, But Will came up from behind, coming in through that first checkpoint in 5th position. And then all of a sudden, next checkpoint, we see he's in 2nd place. So he has had a very strategically smart race as well, paced himself really well, used his poles really well, and I think surprised us all with how well he's taken on the more runnable sections of this course.
And it feels like also like Will is not a runner that races overly, like too much. And my guess is that he would have, you know, targeted that race to come in the best possible shape because he knew he would be going head-to-head again against Peter Engdahl, and knowing that, yeah, Peter won last year, William was 2nd, but 12 minutes back. So William knew that if he wanted to take 1st place, he was going to have to be so much stronger, and he showed that. So he did the right training, and he's been for the last hour definitely a monkey on Peter's back. Peter keeps looking back. Don't make any mistake. Looking back, if you trip or if anything happens, that just all could be out the window. Now it's all eyes on the finish line. It's ahead of you, Peter. Woo!
Oi, oi, oi. Keep your eyes on the trail, my friend. Eyes forward, Peter. 900 meters to go. I think he's got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
don't jinx it. Oh, I think he will be pushing a whole lot more than he was hoping to. But the Italian runner is pressing.
The final section.
There we go. On the opposite hand of that field at the trees, it is a quick little single track down and then rolling on the flat into the finish. A few turns around a little field, but if Peter makes it safely across that, I think that will be in the bag. There we go, across that bridge and then down. Yeah, you can hear the finish line now.
Yeah. And you can tell he's really letting loose now. No holding back. That's the stride of someone who knows he's almost at the finish line and can really just empty his tank now.
Wow.
Oy, 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 oy.
Wow. Rarely a 50 gear has been so stressful.
Yeah. What a race it has been from these guys today. All of the men's field putting on quite a show, but Peter and Will really just, stars today, giving us all the action. And Peter looks like he's going to be bringing this home.
Yep, you can hear him cough. Like he's all out.
Yeah.
He is absolutely all out.
And actually, I think he's opened up the gap a little bit.
Yes. Yeah. Like he's truly running scared. He was shouting at that person. Now he's got it in the bag. Like there is now over 300 meters, and he's just there. Depa is now bringing him home in the beautiful little village of Gressonnet-Saint-Jean. What a finish for Peter Engdahl, and a second win on this WalserWaeg trail. And this year he had to work a whole lot harder. 4:18.19 elapsed. He is in the finishing chute, ladies and gentlemen. The runner from Sweden, representing Team Adidas Running, is in the finishing stretch. He's not gonna let go of the gas pedal. He wants to cross the line to be in the safe. Here he comes. Make some noise for the one and only Peter Engdahl.
That is the body language of someone who has emptied the tank.
He's given everything he had and more to hold off the Italian runner William Buffelli, who's more than ever has been here to challenge him. Here he is, and we're gonna make a whole lot of noise for him as well, because what a race! What a race he's delivered today as well. He's the only one who came close to Peter's pace and time. He's the one who got Peter Engdahl worried, and there's not many athletes who can do that.
Oh no, oh no. These guys going 1-2 last year and doing the same thing this year, except with a whole lot more action.
A lot more action. Last year again, William Buffelli here on your screen was over 12 minutes back from Peter Engdahl on a race that lasted less than 4 hours for Peter. And here, 4 hours 20 on a course that is so much longer, so much harder. William had run 4:11. He's only about 10 minutes back, while Peter was almost...
Oh, don't ask me to do mental math
right now. All right, let's give it up for the second place here in this WalserWaeg Trail. Coming from Italy, representing Team Fuga, the one and only William Buffelli.
What a battle between these two incredible champs today. They had us on the edge of our seat for sure.
And again, you know, William is finishing second today, but that is a win in my books. Coming so close to Peter, he showed that he was able, and there we go, a big hug from Franco Cone, one of the two race directors. Super proud.
L'assessore Gorgiac emozionato, la consegna delle medaglie al collo, William Buffelli.
Hey, look at him. He's got the eye of somebody who's been chasing, and he feels like he's still in hunting mode.
He does look like he's
come out of the persona while Peter has
surrounded by his teammates. Charlie and I imagine that's Macy, both who took on the 80K race yesterday.
Yeah, Charlie had a tough race and he had to drop out, but Macy had a fifth, I think. Fourth, yeah.
Closed hard.
Super solid run, yeah.
Yep. But that is not about, today is not about them, it is about these two incredible champs. What a race they've had.
And I think Peter has dug a little deeper than he would have wanted 5 weeks out from CCC.
OCC.
Yeah, sorry, OCCs, thank you. But again, you know, this kind of thing, it keeps you honest.
Oh, yeah.
And then whatever you're going to need to do until OCC, you're going to be like, hell yeah, I have some more work to do. Let's get back to the training. Obviously not too quick, you know, give yourself some time to recover and then be like, okay, now we're fine tuning.
Yeah, this race gives you a really good benchmark of where you're at, and as long as you recover and take the time you need to recover from this, it gives you enough time to then work on those things that you need to work on to make sure that you come with your A game come the end of August.
And there we go. Third place here, Luca Del Pero from Italy. It is a train of Italians actually right behind Peter Engdahl. He's kind of reshuffled the cards. Oh no, actually now Manuel Marias has moved ahead of Mattia Bertoncini. Again, there was quite a bit of descent, so he's moved, and then he's actually gone through Rifugi Alpensu, 5 minutes back from Luca Del Pero, and Mattia Bertoncini has not gone through Rifugi Alpensu, so Manuel Marias is also probably very much in the safe for 4th place. We'll wait for all these gentlemen as well as following the women's race unfold, because we still had a lot of things going on. Here we go. Finish line interview with our winner today, Peter Engdahl.
Well, for the second time, you managed to grab the tape here at the Monte Rosa WalserWaeg in the 50K. What was different from last year?
First of all, it was amazing to do the full original course. That second climb is just amazing. I think like brutal. You can't rest anywhere, and it takes you up in like the most scenic trails I ever done. So yeah, it was enjoyable that way, but otherwise it's, oh man, I had to fight today. Like I opened pretty control and got the gap like pretty easy, I feel, but I struggled after a while. Like the body didn't answer, and I felt like William was like pushing me from all the way. I could always see him behind me, and it's like, oh man, he would catch me. He would catch me any second now, but I still have a gap, so I just had to go for it. And then in the downhill, I was like, okay, I feel pretty good, and I need to like push a little bit, and then like, and he just kept that distance, and he just, I think it was just like on this last little field when I look back and didn't see him, I realized that, okay, I have this in the box, but oh man, it was hard.
Yeah, we saw you looking back, but you felt his breath on your neck many times. I think he was just trying. You were trying to go into a breakaway, but he was just behind you almost all the time.
Yeah, it was mentally tough today. It's been very hard a couple of weeks. My grandfather passed away 2 weeks ago, and it's been really, really hard, and I was thinking a lot about him, and like in those really hard moments, it's I just thought of him, and that made me like push all the way, I think.
Well, you know that you have all the love from the trail running world that is just with you. A huge hug from us, and once again, you demonstrated your value, your technical values, and the huge, strong mental that you have in these races, even with the hot weather. So thank you so much. Congratulations once again for Peter Engdahl, your champion.
Peter Engdahl che gli vince dunque la WalserWaeg per il biglietto per l'anno 21 per la OSIS, atleta a livello mondiale che ha vinto la CSS e nel 2022 terzo alla...
Après, je m'arrête à l'arrivée, je pense.
Boy, emotional finish line there for Peter. It's always hard when you have it can go both ways. It can either really motivate you to run for that person, but it's also emotionally hard to run when you've got that weight on you. So huge ups to Peter. Incredible race. Again, like the finish line commentator said, huge mental strength to be able to run with that and still have such a great day.
Somebody who's not finishing very strong, Luca Del Pero, usually would have run that thing, and now he's jogging. Like something is off. He must be running on fumes or like bonking. Something is definitely going on with Luca Del Pero. He is getting close to the finish line, but I don't know for how long he's been feeling that way, because when you have Manuel Merillas as the next runner behind you, you know that you cannot slow down because he will eat you alive. So there was about 4 minutes, I think 5 minutes between them at the last aid station. But yeah, now look at it, Pero. Something definitely happened.
Yeah, and 5 minutes dwindles down very quickly when you've got someone like Manuel Merillas following you. And you're moving not at your best.
William Boffelli, una seconda piazza di altissimo livello.
We've got our chat with William Boffelli.
Magnifique. Ha vinto un grande Peter Engdahl, ma tu magnifico secondo.
Ma sì, non sapevo cosa aspettarmi oggi, perché è una gara che è un po' date le mie caratteristiche, ma presenta un po' anche dei punti in cui non ero forte. Non sono partito benissimo, non mi sembrava di avere la gamba dei giorni migliori, ero un po' affaticato. Poi dopo la prima discesa, c'era la seconda salita dura lì, mi sono ritrovato con una gamba veramente al top, perché dal quinto mi sono ritrovato secondo. Ho visto che andavo sempre di più a chiudere su Peter, sul duro e sul tecnico, e fino a che al Gabbio siamo arrivati lì a 40 secondi, da lì iniziava tutta la parte corribile, è stato un po' un elastico, un tira molla, mi dava tutto, io piano più di così non riuscivo ad andare, stavo bene ma non riuscivo, è stata veramente una battaglia incredibile. Ci ho provato fino alla fine, per cui non ho nessun rimpianto. Ringrazio veramente tutti per il tifo, è veramente uno spettacolo.
J'attendais vraiment, il a dit,
Wow.
j'ai tout donné, j'ai tout fait pour gagner cette course. C'est une course
Yeah,
magnifique. J'ai aussi cru de pouvoir la remporter, mais je savais qu'il y avait du plat vers la fin de la course. Et Peter Engdahl dans le plat, il est incroyable. Pensare
Yeah.
a parte tua,
So, yeah,
dernière pensée,
super
tu sei nato a
interesting.
Roncobello nella Bergamasca, vivi in Valle d'Aosta, ormai possiamo dire, sei un valdotano, tu es un valdotan, quand même, tu habites ici, dans ce coin magnifique des Alpes.
Sì, ormai la Val d'Aosta è casa mia, sono le mie montagne.
So, yeah,
Questa poi era la gara del mio più grande amico, quindi ci tenevo veramente a far bene e ho anche un po' di tensione pre-gara, però sono contento per quello che ho fatto e secondo l'anno scorso, secondo quest'anno, però penso che abbia un altro valore e l'anno prossimo vediamo se riusciamo a portarla a casa.
Alors l'année prochaine, il a dit, deuxième l'année dernière, deuxième cette fois, l'année prochaine, je reviens, je vais chercher de gagner la course. William Boffel, Italia.
So super cool. So like way back to the first answer he was giving, like he said during the race he was like feeling pretty good, and especially on the technical part he would manage to get within 30 seconds or gain 30 seconds. I can't remember exactly what he said, and then he said like he was within 40 seconds. So he really thought he could have this in the bag, but he also knew that on the back end of that race it was going to be far more runnable. And he knew Peter was very strong on this kind of rolling and faster terrain. And he said like it was just an elastic. We're just moving back and forth, but like he could never quite close that gap. And in the end, he would say like it was an incredible battle. And yeah, he was super stoked still. But this is where he lives now. This is his area. So he said he had a bit of stress, a bit of pressure at the beginning of the race because he really wanted to do well. And like the last question that Silvano asked him, he was like, okay, well, you know, you're from here, and like, what does that mean here to be second? He was like, well, I was second last year. I'm second this year. I am coming back next year, and I'm going to try and do better, meaning that he will be back and hopefully take the win. And just as a comparison, Peter Engdahl last year was 358. This year, 419, right? Last year, William Buffelli was 411, and he was 421 this time. So where Peter was 21 minutes down on his time from last year, William was only 10 minutes down on his time from last year. So he's definitely improved a lot, and if the trajectory keeps going, and maybe if Peter doesn't come back, he might have a shot at taking the win here. Luca Del Pero still moving in third. So he's covering ground, and he's almost there at the trees. This is going to be the last little descent in the shade. But yeah, he looks like he's finishing on fumes. And there we go, Fabiola Conti, ladies and gentlemen, leading the women's race still. We'll get back to her as soon as probably we've taken Luca Del Pero to the finish line. But yeah, he's really freewheeling into the finish line. Not much left in the tank, but you know, still third. He's pretty damn solid.
Yeah.
And he'll punch his automatic entry into next year's CCC. What is being said here at this aid station? Ooh.
Non esce un cazzo. Non esce.
Apparently the water is not flowing. They're gonna need to really open the top lids so the air can come in. But it's interesting to hear her breathe, like she's working hard. And che cazzo, I mean, like, god damn it. So there we go. Luca Del Pero looking back just to make sure he's safe to come across the line and will not have to fight a finishing sprint. He's giving the shout to our camera mountain biker who's congratulating him. There we go, that's going to be third place for Italian runner Luca Del Pero.
a big 2 weeks for Luca Del Pero. A win at Valderan just 2 weekends ago, and another podium position today.
Una gara fantastica!
And look at him go.
È stato fermo quasi un anno, ha vinto il circuito di Coppa del Mondo di Skyrunning lo scorso anno, nato in Brianza, vive nel Lecchese, Team Skypa, è un terzo posto che vale un successo dopo i puntini, uno via
And here we go, breaks into a smile for that last finishing straight. Oh, there's gonna be a message here.
Team Skypa, Luca!
Oh no, that's his big number. Oh yeah, he says
he's done.
Done. He's given everything to make it, but we had that feeling. We saw him, you know, running on fumes a little.
Luca Del Pero che va in terza posizione, so it's going to be third place for Luca Del Pero with 4 hours 35 minutes and
I think it's pretty warm out there today.
Yeah. I think at this point it might have been a bit of running low on fuel, although yeah, he's happily taking water.
Still looks very happy with that result, as he should be.
Yes.
Super strong race.
Quello che porta sul podio nella WalserWaeg, biglietto sessione 2027 per l'Italia con Luca Del Pero.
And there we go, your top 3 in the WalserWaeg Trail. Peter Engdahl, 4:19.29. William Buffelli, 4:21.19. And Luca Del Pero, 4:35.31. That was close. That was super close, and it wasn't Manuel Merias.
Medaglia per la 120 km.
Oh, no. That was a 100-mile runner.
Yeah,
I was very confused. Because I was like, hey, no, I'm going to say, we don't have a Gianluca on the top 10. I'm running on MT2.
The pizza's waiting for us.
Oh. Yeah, they've been teasing. They're like, hey, you guys are doing the commentary, but the food is in the kitchen. Like, yeah, thanks for nothing. What are we going to do with that?
Also out here in preparation for OCC at the end of the year, Luca Del Pero. So 2 of our top 3 will be taking on the OCC at the end of August.
I wonder what William has in store.
We'll have to message him and ask.
Yeah. Actually,
maybe he's
something we
taking
can
on
do.
Kima?
Yeah, that's what I thought, because that's what Emily Forsberg is planning on doing.
Great prep race for.
Oh yeah. And there we go, team. Your top 3 gentlemen across the line. Peter Engdahl, William Buffelli, and Luca Del Pero.
Luca Del Pero! Un podio di altissimo livello.
What a race these guys put on today. My hands have finally stopped sweating.
Just for a second, because we're going to go back to the women's race. And as much as Fabiola Conti is way out in the lead, behind, it's a hell of a battle between Emeline Ribes, Emily Schmidt, and Bloen Helle. So there we go, back to Fabiola Conti once again in...
On s'est fait un peu prendre de court. Je pensais que ça allait bien après.
She went through the Refugio Gabiet, where we saw her struggling to get water in 3:48.13. Oh no, wait, sorry, this hasn't updated actually. That didn't make sense. Okay, it didn't update her time through Tash yet.
Team 32, j'ai le nouveau contact de la deuxième qui a été la troisième. Donc,
tu restes avec la deuxième, pas de problème, et puis
Here we go. So let's look at the rankings again. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We were telling you that she wasn't going to go down without a fight. Emily Schmidt from the US of A has responded to the attack of the Frenchies and is now running back again in second place, and she looked like she was moving really well.
Yeah.
So there we go. We should be welcoming our fourth runner in the men's, which, and if Tepa is speaking, that's very much, yep, that is our Spanish runner, Manuel Medias.
Team 5, je vais décrocher pour la petite arrivée.
And Manuel Medias had a really solid beginning of the season. Fourth at the Segama, third at Mont-Blanc Marathon, and wow, he's hurting. He's given everything he could. I love to see those top athletes just grinding it.
Yeah.
Just, you know, sometimes like, oh man, they make it look easy. No, look at how hard they're working to get there. To take fourth place here in this race. Representing Team New Balance, Manuel Medias.
Sarà superato por Luca Del Pero, por William Buffelli, por Peter Endal. Molto bello questa immagine con Manuel Medias a complimentare gli italiani.
Again, big hug from Franco Core.
Chiedo a Mattia Bertoncini e di Jacqueline Chanoine, intervista speciale con Luca Del Pero. Abbassiamo la musica.
Great fight from all of our top athletes today.
And there we go. We're going to have an interview with Luca
we are with
Del Pero.
Luca Del Pero. That's the third place after 4 months and a half of stop due to not one but two different injuries. You managed to grab anyway the third place today.
Yes, today I suffered a lot. In the first uphill, the feelings were good. Also in the first downhill, we were all together. I mean, me, Boffelli, Maghe, Bertoncini. It was only better in the lead of the race. But yes, when we took the second uphill, the legs were already quite like wood. So from there, I suffered a lot from all the race. Usually I do the races in a progression. Today I did in regression. Yes, but yes, at the end I'm happy with my third place. After the first place in Val d'Aran, maybe I wasn't well restored. So yeah, now a little bit of rest and then look to OCC.
Well, when you saw Peter Engdahl going into his breakaway and Manuel Boffelli just trying to catch from behind, what did you think at that point? Should I go or should I stay, like the song is saying?
On the first uphill, we were doing a hard pace, but Peter was like 2 minutes in front of us. Really, really strong. I couldn't follow him. So, yes, today he was an alien. And yes, big congrats to him.
Well, congratulations to you. After your 4.5 months of stop, you managed to grab this beautiful third place. Congratulations and good luck to you at OCC.
Yes, thank you, and see you in Chamonix. Ciao.
L'impressione di un bravissimo
Luca Del Pero.
Super cool. And again, I think this race will play its role for Luca, because he'll be like, okay, maybe I was a bit tired, maybe those two 50K-ish distances within 2 weeks of each other were a bit much, and they're going to force him to really rest, reset, and be ready full gas for OCC. Four runners across the line, ladies and gentlemen. Peter Engdahl taking the win, 4:19.29. William Buffelli so close, 1 minute 50. Luca Del Pero 16-minute back and
Veniamo con la musica,
22-minute
nella
back,
bike
Manuel
area.
Merias
Intanto
from
abbiamo
Spain, who
potuto
also looked like he
Manuel
had a
Merias
pretty tough back end of the race. We have a quick break coming up, and we'll be right back to follow the women's race.
Try imagining a place where it's always safe to go. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Je vois pas où le mettre. Pas de place.
T'es sûr que tu peux pas? Parce que là, c'est moi qui vais.
All right, we've just had Emily Schmitz, our second lady, through that aid station in Tash, where we saw Fabiola go through it a little bit earlier. We don't have a split from Fabiola through that aid station. But we do know that she went through a little bit, quite a little while ago. And Lewin has also been through the Tash aid station. They are less than a minute apart. So our second and third women are together. Yep. LiveTrail didn't unfortunately pick up Fabiola's. She is shown as a third position, but we know that she has been through that aid station a little while ago. So we're still waiting for Emmeline, our top, yeah, thank you, Hans, but our top, almost our top 7 women from 2nd to 7th are all within 10 minutes of each other. So there is a tight battle between those women for those podium positions. There we go on screen. Bluin absolutely cruising.
Oh, she would have been told like the time difference, and she's not gonna settle for third. Emily Schmitz was able to retaliate and reclaim second place, but I think the battle is far from over.
Yeah, we've got a tight race on our hands for these podium positions.
Yeah, the win is pretty much secured.
Yeah.
We gotta say, It's again a true masterclass from Italian runner Fabiola Conti. And it did, like, she came in as a strong favorite. Her UTMB index is definitely a whole lot higher than the rest of the fields. And it's super exciting to see the battle for second, third, and fourth going on. Yeah, there's 1.1K, but at this point it is quite a lot because Fabiola has gone through that climb for which she would be going pretty slow. So, yeah,
I mean,
exciting times.
Yeah, Fabiola's still looking really strong to be running through all of those climbs. She's looking really good.
And it's interesting, like, Emily does not look like she has a bad patch. She's just moving consistently, but she doesn't look like she's overreaching at all. She's like, okay, I'm going. I'm on my way to the finish line. But see, yeah, like now we see the proper difference, and there is a world between them. Fabiola Conti has definitely made such a strong move early in the race to put herself in a really safe position to claim the win here at this WalserWaeg 50K. But yeah, behind it's a big battle, and I'm surprised to see Emily Schmidt. Like, maybe that's just my perception, but she just seems like she's just going and covering ground.
She's got the mentality of like a 100-mile runner.
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Yes, exactly.
It's like a 50K, there's always a little bit more urgency to how people race, whereas Emily really does have like the slow composure of how you would tackle a 100-mile, and maybe she really is fully within that mindset, preparing for the big loop at the end of August. Maybe not. Maybe that's just her style of racing. But at least that's how I see it when I watch her running it. It does feel like she's just in that 100-mile mindset.
Yeah. Now that's very well put. And still, like, you know, that's so far. That's still good for second place. So it is paying off.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Fabiola is really making this look super easy. She is cruising.
Yeah. Again, coming off a season running longer distances. Last year at this very event, she won the 120K and took 4th place overall, and then went on to take bronze at the World Championships long trail. And she's back on a shorter distance, but still showing that she's got the speed in the legs. And then having DNF'd at Mont-Blanc Marathon probably was extra motivation for her to come in and have a good race. Oh, and yeah, we had called it when we were looking at the results, because Claire Banworth from France in the 100-mile race in the Sentier des Vals-d'Autun race, 120K, 8,200 meters of elevation gain, started yesterday at 6:30 p.m. in Aosta. Claire Banworth was in the lead, but Lisa Borzani was just closing, and now we have an official first place finisher in the 100 miles, and it is indeed Lisa Borzani, who's managed to pace her race perfectly and eventually close on Claire Banworth and finish to take the win. That is amazing.
Yeah, she had an incredibly smart race. When I checked the live feed this morning, she was in 3rd position, and she's just slowly like climbed her way up through the rankings the whole day. Yeah, she's
It was 2 weekends ago.
Yep.
2 weekends ago, like she ran. Actually, I thought she had done a bit more. Well, yeah, okay. In May, she ran a 254-kilometer race, and has done 5 races since. That is a lot.
Yeah, she's done a lot of racing in this year already, and today she pulled it out the bag.
Yeah, perfect race management.
Yeah.
Stephanie Case will be stoked. She called it. She was like, "Oh, you can never rule her out." When especially on her home trails as well. So kudos to Lisa Borzani for taking the win. And we're probably going to have a replay of that. And then Claire Banworth, according to LiveTrail, is just 3 minutes away from the finish line. And it seems like 5 minutes away from the finish line is Martina Klunschik-Porch. So, yeah. 7 minutes. So 5 minutes back.
Yeah.
Tight race.
Yeah, super tight race on the women's 100 mile. It's always so exciting when you have races that are this long that still manage to have, you know, the finishes within a few minutes of each other.
And so here, Emily Schmidt's strong power hike on the right side of your screen, while Fabiola Conti is still moving way out in the lead, over a K distance between these two ladies. But like we said, Emily Schmidt is not going without a fight. She's in second place and she intends to stay there. And yeah, I think it's going to be a tough job for Bloen Hille or Emily Ribes to try and close on Emily.
Yeah, I feel like Emily's moving much better over this terrain. I feel like at the top section where it was really technical, maybe it just was very out of her comfort zone because she's looking a lot more comfortable here.
And maybe she's fueled as well. Like she might have gone through a low patch energy-wise when she was at the top and then eventually like came back. Because yeah, like swift transitions between hiking and running whenever she can. I think having that guy just in front of her is probably also good motivation to keep pushing.
Emeline was also through that Tash checkpoint, 4:49, so just under 2 minutes behind Emily.
Yeah, it's going to be like Petter. She's not going to be allowed to, you know, take a moment or have any failure because the Frenchies will be chasing. So I'm actually curious if we can have eyes on third and fourth and see if the gap is closing or not. Fabiola knows the back end of this race. Last time she did it, she had so many more kilometers in the legs. Yeah, on those exposed sections, it will be feeling extremely hot. We're like 2 p.m. local time.
Yeah, coming down in altitude as well.
And there we go. She is at the high point of that section. So now it's almost all downhill. Very, very soon she'll be transitioning into a descent that I'm sure will come very gladly. And is she going to take the time to actually use water from that creek? Nope, she's fine.
Nope.
Nope.
We've discussed this. She's either got reptilian or camel genes because she's hardly had any fluids on this, or she's hardly at least picked up any fluids this race. I think we've seen her take 2 bottles and 1 cup of Coke.
That really isn't much with almost 5 hours elapsed.
Yeah, unless we've missed her sneaky secret water points along the route.
I really hope we did, because otherwise that would be quite unhealthy to be running so hard, racing for 5+ hours and seemingly consuming, even if she started with the liter, that would be 2 liters and a cup of Coke.
Tu peux me foutre ça dans le sac, Alex?
Over 5 hours.
Yeah, it's really not very much.
Porte de gourde, tu sais. Là.
Ooh. Here come the sweaty palms again.
Oh my gosh. I just got like tingles down my legs.
Wow. Fabiola Conti, please do not do this to us. She is, man, she's defying gravity, because that is probably the 4th or 5th time that she's in a near miss for a bit of a crash. She had a crash. She was on all 4, but it was going uphill, so there was no consequences. Yeah, I was talking about her very economic stride, which is very low to the ground. Well, it comes at a cost.
Yep. Everything seems to catch toes when you have an efficient stride like that. She's got a nice steep descent here before she hits the flatter section on her way to that finish line. Should be getting her through the next checkpoint at Refugi Alpenzu.
See again, effortlessly just flowy moves, and then power hiking on these climbs. If she keeps looking after herself, that I'd really say that's in the bag.
Yeah.
There we go. Back with 2nd place, Emily Schmitz, representing Team HOKA. There we go. They are on your split screen, 1st and 2nd, about 1,200 meters apart.
Yeah, whatever low point Emily was having at the top of that time, she has definitely passed and moved through that. She's looking much, much smoother now.
And so quickly, just to carry on with the men's race. So we've seen the finish of Manuel Merias in 4th place in 4 hours 41:33. Then Jackie Oceania 4 hours 45:44. Mattia Bertoncini 4:47:31. And then Jen Marchet Schingstsonk from Switzerland 4:48:28. Man, they were so close. And then from Germany, Dominik Hohenleitner finishing in 54:46. And that is it. We have 8 finishers so far. If you're joining us right now, we've just summarized the men's, but in the women's, if you're on live.utmb.world, Fabiola Conti is still in the lead. She is still winning the race so far, and about 1,200 meters, 1,100 meters ahead of that woman on your screen, Emily Schmitz. There she is, Fabiola Conti. It's just that her bib has not registered at the last aid station in Tash. Oh, interesting. It's actually Anna Comet who's coming back pretty strong here. And she is in 5th place behind the 2 Frenchies. You can see the village of Gressoney-Saint-Jean way out in the distance at the bottom of the valley. She's getting there.
4Ks looks very far away when you're up here. But that's all it is. 4 kilometers to the finish, where she will be crossing the line and breaking the tape as this year's champion.
So again, do you still have the splits from last year's winner, Martina Młynaczyk? Just as a comparison, so 5 hours flat for the finish line at the finish line for Martina Młynaczyk, and we've seen that Peter Engdahl won the race again this year with 21 minutes on last year's finishing time because the course was different. So 5:20 for Fabiola Conti would mean roughly in a ballpark of the same quality, same performance as Martina Młynaczyk. So it is 5:05 elapsed, which means another 15
minutes for 4Ks. Maybe not.
That's motoring.
Yeah, we're probably looking closer to like 18, 19, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
For the finish. So there is a lot of downhill. You never know. You never know. Also remembering that it is much hotter today. So in addition to the additional changes to the course, the slightly more technical, the more climbing, it is a lot hotter than it was last year. So there's multiple factors why the race is slightly slower this year. So not entirely comparable, but a good reference point. We are going to take a little break, but don't go anywhere because there is tons of action still to come.
When every step counts, precision matters. Vabrum grips the wild, so you can run free. No matter the trail, confidence makes you extraordinary.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, our women's champion from the 100-mile category, Les Sentiers des Valserdames, Lisa Borzani, coming through in first position in 1939. 120 kilometers, 7,976 meters of elevation gain. An incredibly impressive race from this champion. Very smart race, very well-paced race. Very impressive run from Lisa Borzani, your Italian champion of this year's 100-mile category race. Still looking super chilled, actually.
Well, yeah, 120K for an athlete like her is literally nothing. It's just a bit of a warm-up.
And here we go, your second place, Claire Barnworth from France, Carlos Fougerunner, finishing in 19:29.57, so just over 6 minutes, just under 6 minutes back.
The Duracell bunny who just never ever stops.
Oh yeah.
It's yeah. What she achieves year after year in all the races that she does is just unreal. Absolutely unreal.
She was your leader in this race for many kilometers and unfortunately couldn't hold on to that top position. They're finishing here today in second place in an incredibly impressive run as well.
And yeah.
At the finish line for our female athletes saying this is it for today's journey. But
Oh yeah, she's always like this. It always looks like she looks like a turtle. Like when she races, we actually stated that right at the start. Like she's like, what is she carrying? Because she starts with them, but she also finishes with it. Like it doesn't look like she's using any of it. Yeah, like just last weekend, she ran 140K in 9,000 meters of vert, and she's back at it weekend after weekend after weekend.
Crazy. Well, another very impressive woman, Martina Klanschnik-Potter?
I don't think I would have done better.
I tried.
Yes.
But incredible, rounding out the podium here today in 19:30.58. Another really impressive run. All three of these women finishing within 16 minutes of each other. It's always very impressive after such a tough and long battle.
And again, interesting stat. It is same as last year. Last year in the men's, remember the start of the 120K starts with a 1,700 meter climb out of Aosta, and then the men's were duking it out at an insane pace, and then they eventually blew out. And here, I don't want to say that she blew out, but Martina Klanschnik was leading the women's race by quite a bit early on last night, and eventually the experience, the slow and steady, eventually got the first and second place ahead of Martina. But Martina still doing an amazing race and finishing on the podium. Kudos to her.
We've watched our incredible podium finishing that 100-mile category race. But now we are back with our 50-kilometer WalserWaeg trail. This is second place Emily Schmitz, the American running for HOKA. Incredibly decorated runner as well, lots of experience. Chasing hard, Fabiola Conti, who is our first place woman, she has just had such a good day. From the start, she was out in the lead, and we are pretty certain that she is going to hold on to that top title.
Yeah, and you can see here that descent is long and steep, and that switchback it's not you can just let yourself go down and use gravity. You have to actually work through that descent. And again, Fabiola Conti moving very well through it. She doesn't look like the legs are shut or anything. She's just covering ground.
Yeah. Again, just that's the way she moves over the terrain. She doesn't lift her feet very high, which we've seen is rather stressful to watch.
You hazard.
She often tips her toes. But it is incredibly efficient and very smooth, even when there are a lot of obstacles in the way. And she's choosing very smart lines as well to minimize the amount of big movements that she has to make.
Yeah, using momentum to her advantage. And then again, for sure, the positives of being super light on your feet means that you don't put too much pounding in your legs. And you can last longer before these fall apart, because we've seen, both Luca Del Pero and Manuel Mereas finishing pretty damaged from such a brutal course. And this is, Fabiola at the last aid station, which we had a visual, so we knew, even though her bib number did not register at aid station, and she wasn't in the rankings anymore. We knew that she was still way in the lead.
That was actually the refugee Alpenzu. So that was the final checkpoint where she was actually picked up. We didn't pick her up at Tash. Yeah, so she is back in the lead. We are back on track.
There we go.
Yeah.
Back on top of the leaderboard. And expected to come to the finish line in Gressoney-Saint-Jean in about 14 minutes. Wow, yeah, she's gonna get to essentially the bottom of that descent, while Emily Schmitz will be making her way to that refugio.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of daylight between the two, despite Emily actually moving really, really well in this back half of the race.
Yeah. I mean, and to your point, like having the attitude of a 100K or 100-mile runner, you know, maybe she's like, oh, I warmed up now. Let's go.
She only took 30Ks to warm up.
Yeah, and then I feel like she's like, okay, I'm gonna try and keep up with that cam runner, and because she's definitely changed the attitude. Like she is sending it properly in that downhill.
Yeah, she's moving.
Which is super cool. And that's gonna be a much harder job now for the two French runners behind her, Bloen Hille and Emily Ribes, to hope to come and challenge Emily Schmidt for second place.
Road. She's made it down. And now just the final little blips before she gets to that finish line. 2.5 kilometers to go.
There you go. Well, yeah, and now she'll be reeling in the 120K runners. Even though she could really chill for the last part, she looks like she's really working.
Was she asking about second?
I think so, because then the response from these guys sounded like tranquillo, tranquillo, da. And meant like, nah, you've got this. I think, yeah. She's like, this is what I assumed she asked as well.
Yeah. When I heard tranquillo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assumed she was asking about second position. But she has got lots of daylight in between her and second position, Emily Schmitz. She is well on her way to making it to that finish line and breaking the tape. Here we go, Emily Schmitz coming into this final aid station before the last descent and making her way to that finish line. She didn't even stop.
Well, sixth place, huh?
Wow.
There was no stopping there.
Okay.
Emily Schmitz.
She's on a mission.
Yeah. She went straight through that aid station.
And again, I don't think she had anybody crewing for her. So either she just wants to finish strong and make it count to see how she feels after running a solid like 43 Ks with a lot of vert. Or maybe she just still has at the back of her mind that those two French runners, again, Bloen Hille and Emmeline Ribes, were at one point very close to her. And she just doesn't want to let it down to a sprint finish. So now she's obviously feeling really good. She's she's making a push. And there we go. That is the climb where Peter Engdahl was squeezing the cheese by looking over his shoulder on the right-hand side I'm joking, but
he was looking over his shoulder for Will Boffelli, making sure that he wasn't right on his tail, which he was.
Which he was. But then again, having enough ground, he said, like, at this point, I was like, okay, there's no way he's making 200 meters on me, so I should have it in the bag. Man, oh man, I'm glad to see Emilie Schmidt run like this. This is a completely different person.
Yeah.
Like, she is absolutely charging. It sounds like, you know, somebody's rang the bell for the last call at the bar, and she's like, I'm thirsty.
Yeah, this is completely different attitude.
Which is super exciting.
And this is probably the first time I've seen Fabiola actually looking a bit tired this race as well.
Yes, yes. And, you know, again, I don't know how much she ate, but seeing how much she drank, maybe she's just finishing with, like, the tank completely empty.
Yeah.
And, you know, could have used a little more fuel, a little more fluids.
Yeah. I would be very curious to ask what she was consuming during the race, because it has to be more than what we saw on screen.
Yeah, that is very impressive what Emilie Schmidt is doing right now. This is exciting. It's too late of a surge, I'm afraid, to be able to close and hope for first place by the time they make it across the line. But that's certainly going to be enough to hold back the two French runners, Blouin Hilleux and Emeline Ribes.
It will be very interesting to see how much that gap has closed. You know, Fabiola went through Refugie Alpenzoo at 5:07:34. Emilie Schmidt was about 11 minutes back from that, just over 11 minutes. So the surge is not going to make a difference to the overall rankings, I fear. But the way she's moving now, she's definitely moving faster over this than Fabiola was.
Oh, yes.
And I'm curious. Yeah. Camera runner.
Stay with us.
I'll chat with the fun facts, Carsten, bring one to the table. Fabian Mason.
Oh, yeah.
He was the guy who apparently took it out really hard yesterday.
Oh, he did.
And he's now
50
sitting in 52nd.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Well, he had 5Ks of fame where he was in front, chatting with our camera runners, saying, well, I don't know, man. These guys just started not moving, so I'm not pushing the pace. And we were like, yeah, bro. Like, wait for the night to happen.
Dear.
You're going to feel it.
Oh, dear.
So, yeah, Carsten, thanks for that fun fact. And let this be a reminder that when you're going out for 120 Ks with 8,200 meters of gain, you go humble and you go easy.
Yeah. You got to be real confident in yourself to be able to hold a hot pace at the start of a big race like that.
I don't know.
Check your watch.
I was going to say, Emilie Schmidt, if you're listening to us later today or sometimes, although she did, because I was going to say, like, put the GPX in your watch, and then that will be your safeguard. But she did look at her watch, to be fair, so maybe she did, and maybe because the switchbacks is so tight, the watch just rang and got her to get a heads up and question whether or not she was on the course, but she's back.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
she is flying.
It would have been real difficult to go, of course, yeah.
Yes.
Because I don't think I saw any
other alternative.
any other trails. Here we go. Fabiola, very, very close to home now. 1.2 kilometers to go. She has got this in the bag.
Ça redescend pas pour info.
I wonder if she can hear the finish line now. She's close.
1.1K.
If she can't hear it, she'll know that she's close.
And again, you know, we've stated that times and times again. Fabiola Conti last year took the win at the 120Ks, like the Sentier des Val d'Autun race, and this is a shared course with that. So she's been on that path. She will know how far she is. She'll have feel for it. And I believe we have a 50K runner now also creeping up on them. So a mountain biker gracefully moves to the side to make way. It is the final K, so that guy is probably going to push it. Or he's looking for airtime. He's just squeezing himself between Fabiola Conti and Haruka mountain biker. But no, I feel like he's going to be making a move.
Yep. We've got an update on our third and fourth, Bluin Helu and Emmeline Reeves. They've both been through that Refugio Alpenzoo, and there is 4 minutes between Bluin and Emily at that Refugio, and 2 minutes between Emmeline and Bluin as well. So the gaps have opened up a little bit now.
And my guess is that gap between Emily Schmitz and Bluin Helu at the next checkpoint, which is going to be the finish, is going to be more substantial than just 4 minutes.
Yeah. The way Emily's moving now, I would not be surprised if she's closed on Fabiola and opened up that gap quite a lot more.
There you go. That is the bridge and the little downhill. There's literally not much between Fabiola Conti and the finish line. We can hear the finish line, but, you know, anything can happen until you cross the line, because we've seen this yesterday with Martina Valmassoi, who was in the list. This is good. She gets there the second to last turn. They were a bush with flowers, and she got stung by a wasp.
Oh my gosh!
Like, and then obviously flicked it off, and then ran into the finish to secure that win. But you're like, you know, you can relax and enjoy. It's like, nope, that course is gonna keep you in check all the way to the finish.
It ain't over until it's over.
And there we go, Fabiola switching gear now. She wants to get it done. 500 meters to go.
The best feeling in the world when you're coming into the finish line and you know you've done a good job, you've given it your all, whether you're first or you're last. The best feeling. Nothing can beat it.
There we go.
Final little blip for Emily Schmitz.
Yeah, should run along the road for a little bit, and then in between those orange path. And there we go. She's going to be welcomed by Depa and Silvano Gabin, our two finish line speakers.
Deux arrivées au masculin et puis sera la première féminine. Donc andiamo ad applaudire chi sta chiudendo. Ahí lo tienes l'Italia, Silvano.
Oh yeah. So again, we were looking at the time difference. Petra ran 21 minutes slower than last year due to the course change. She ran 5 hour flat. Martina Monachi ran 5 hour flat. And so it is 29 minutes back from last year's performance. But Fabiola Conti that woman's field. And you can see she's giving everything she's got. But it looks like, she didn't leave much out on the course. And there we go, finally breaking into a smile. That's what we love to see. Your 2026 winner of the WalserWaeg Trail, Fabiola Conti.
The smile is there. She has earned it today. What a race she has had.
And there you go, 2 wins out of 2. Last year she took the win in the 120K, Le Sentier des Val d'Autun. And this year she takes, there we go, we love those hugs.
Super strong from your champion. She took it out hard from the start. She opened up a gap early and she just kept opening.
La medaglia al collo.
And now she finally drinks.
Down the entire bottle.
Monte Rosa Trail, quest'oggi il successo di Lisa Boizzani ed il terzo trionfo italiano.
Not quite. Just a little sippy sip. And yeah, just like that, she seems to be off. I hope they're gonna catch her before she disappears so we can have a finish line interview. Love to hear like how she felt out there. And in the meantime, back with our second place runner, Emily Schmitz, who's found more than a second wind. Like it's an entirely different race attitude that she's shown for the past 20 minutes or so.
And Blue and Hilu on our screen, our third place woman on the road there. Section through the village before she climbs up to the final little blip.
Well, winner last year, but we're talking about another distance. This year you came back to finish the business on the tiny distance, like 50K. So just tell us, how was your journey today?
The race is beautiful and very tough. Although it's less long than the last year, but the landscape and all the track is very technical, and is a course that and landscape that I never see before, because he's a part of the valley that I don't know very well, and I'm very happy for the race and to be here today, because I said to Giuditta and Franco the last week that I would like to do the race, and this is why I'm not the name on the bib, but I'm very happy, and I thanks Giuditta, Franco, and my family that is here today teaching me.
Well, you don't need the name on your bib number because everybody knows you here around, so you're famous. But I know it's not the same distance as last year. The thing is that with the 50K, you know that this race, it's much nervous, it's much technical, as Franco said. In those first 26 kilometers, you have more than 2,000 meters of climbing. So when did you decide to go on a breakaway?
But for me, it's better that there is two Daniel in the first part of the race, because I'm proved in the uphill and in the top uphill that is in Valle d'Aosta, and for me is better than the downhill, the technical downhill, because I'm not very smart in the technical downhill, and I didn't know the race because usually I don't recognize the course before the race, and but it's okay.
Well, it was okay, but when did you actually decide? Did you look back to see if they are following you when you decide to do your breakaway?
No, because I do my race. This was the objective today, and I do it.
Yeah, and you managed to do it really well because look at you came back home with a victory. Congratulations once again, Fabiola Conti.
Still chewing here in the studio. It's been already a bit of a day, so we're taking advantage of that interview to refill ourselves. And what a race! And it confirms Fabiola does Fabiola, and then whatever happens around her doesn't matter. It's interesting to hear her perception of her downhill skills.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not very smart in downhill. I hope that this was lost in translation because like we clearly saw that she could be extremely strong on that kind of terrain.
Oh, yeah. Emily Schmidt's now on this final little open section before she hits that downhill and enters the finish straight. I think she's got the second place in the bag.
Oh, yeah. And with more than 4 minutes on third place, the way she's still moving now, she's less than a K away from the finish. We are now very familiar with that field. And Blue and Hiller in third place is chasing, but she's just going to be running for third, which is already fantastic. And, there we go. Here is Emeline Ribes in fourth place. A little further back.
Also an incredibly strong race from Emeline.
Yeah, she had a hell of a comeback on the second climb, but then eventually couldn't quite keep up with that pace and fell back a little bit. It looks like she's even paying the price a little. It's a fine line, as you said, and you're on that bridge, and if you take a side step or if you overdo it, you're on one side or the other, and then you're hanging on for dear life. Such is
50K racing, that's sub-ultra distance. You're always dancing on the edge. Apologies.
Yeah, you should show a bit more compassion, especially now you're leaving France, Tony.
Yeah, well, I like running. I don't follow football. My bad. I just like his dance moves, to be fair.
That, gotta say, was a good move.
Too soon.
Too soon.
Apologies, Julie. And here she goes. She made quick work of that final descent, and she is entering into this finish line straight. Emily Schmitz from the USA, living in Chamonix. She is going to be coming home in second position today.
And, you know, she's finishing super strong, so I think, at least from a fitness perspective, like, she clearly has heaps in the tank, and she's managed her effort really, really well. She mentioned in her interview when she was with us on the live yesterday that this was not an A race, she was just fine-tuning things, and I hope she watches the live so she can see all the things that she can perform, and there's quite a lot of things that she can improve upon, which is exciting because these are 3 seconds that you can gain before she toes the line for UTMB at the end of August.
Yeah.
But for now, celebration time for Emily Schmitz, who's about to take second place in this WalserWaeg trail.
Well, let's go to the second place, 50K.
Still taking her a bit before she breaks into a smile. She's just...
Are we gonna see a smile?
Oh, yeah, it's gonna come eventually. Come on, Emily, give it to us.
She's working all the way to the finish. There it is.
There we go. Yes.
Great work from Emily Schmitz. Okay, can we just appreciate how much time she made up on Fabiola Conti in that last section?
All right, what do you got?
So she went through at Refugio Alpensu. Fabiola Conti went in 5:07. She went through that aid station in 5:18, 11 minutes. So she made up almost 2 minutes on that final section. I actually thought it would be more, to be honest. But 2 minutes,
still.
considering how well Fabiola was also moving, is a lot of time.
Impressive.
Prima dell'intervista, io non guardo mai
strong run from Emily Schmitz.
di questa valle, non la conoscevo e comunque è riuscita di nuovo a mettere le mani sullo striscione, sul primo gradino del podio, e siamo anche in attesa del
Emily
terzo
sharing a few words with Karen.
andare in Francia ancora con la terza posizione, dovrebbe
There we
arrivare
go.
circa 3 minuti.
Big hug.
Rimaniamo in attesa anche del terzo posto.
And there we go. There's still a bit of ground to cover for our third place woman, Bluen Helle. Oh, no. I take that back. I was not familiar with that aerial shot, but now this is indeed very familiar. In probably 3 minutes,
Yeah.
she will be there across the bridge.
Across the pond.
Yeah, because in French, a bridge is a
Pont.
pont. So that's that. Here lays my confusion.
Yeah. Understood.
Yeah, trying to make any excuse I can.
I mean, you've been behind the screen, behind the mic for a good few hours.
Far too
over the
long
past few
over the
days,
past
so
weekend.
You're forgiven.
But, you know, I appreciate your forgiveness, as well as that we're not the only one being glued to the screen.
No.
We have all of you out there, and again, say this time and time again, if it wasn't for you all, we wouldn't be doing it. And then the appreciation for the entire live broadcast team, everybody who's out there on the field, coordinating all the runners, the cam runners, the mountain bikers, the drone pilots, and then everybody here in the studio making this whole production happen. You know, now we almost take it for granted, but like the team, the effort that takes place to bring you this live broadcast is second to none.
Yeah. It's head and shoulders above what we've had even just a few years ago, and the production team behind this is truly incredible. Everyone is so passionate about what they do to bring you these images, and incredibly grateful to be a part of, letting you get an insight POV into what is going on in these athletes' races.
And again, it looks like Emeline Ribes is also on a second wind, but that's not going to be enough, because our third place woman here, Bluen Helle, is in the last 200 meters. So these are on the right side, the flowers in the bush where Martina Valmasoy got stung. So yeah, it was literally close to the finish line.
La troisième fille, la terza donna, prossima al traguardo, gli ultimi 500 metri.
That stride has opened up. She knows she's home. She knows she's bringing home the podium today.
She's hungry for that finish line. Third place here means she punched her automatic entry into OCC next year. And she's already smiling.
She is so
a whole lot more.
All the smiles for your third place champion today, Bluen Helle. What a run, what a run.
Colibri Trail Academy.
Third place today pour la Française, qui termine avec la médaille au gold. Vince Fabiola Conti, to win today Fabiola Conti. Conti qui gagne. Schmitz, second place, deuxième place pour l'américaine, troisième place pour la française. Avec Bluen Helle.
Love to see the
Fabiola
stroke.
Conti, di poi seguì il podio, si presenta diciamo nel parterre d'arrivo. Please Fabiola Conti. Fabiola si sta in zona, avremo avanti qui per diciamo le foto del podio. Se possibile Fabiola Conti in zona traguardo.
There we go. We're gonna have a top 3 photo across the finishing line with our top ladies. Once again, Fabiola Conti taking the win, Emily Schmitz in second, and Bluen Helle with a strong comeback.
Yeah.
And a solid finish, holding off Emeline Ribes for third place.
Hopefully we get some insight from both Emily Schmitz and from Bluen Helle about how their races went, and we will be seeing Emmeline as well crossing that finish line. So lots of excitement still to come, lots of insight still to be gained
Yeah, they're probably going to carry on the interview on the finish line, and we might have a replay so we can be full screen on Emmeline Ribes. Ooh. Yeah, don't overshoot it. This one in particular.
It's a tight corner, especially if you're not expecting it.
Yeah, man, that was close. That was very close.
What an exciting race on both the men's and women's side. Fabiola Conti obviously taking the win with quite a substantial gap, but second, third, fourth, all of those women incredibly close and providing a lot of excitement throughout the whole day. And on the men's side, obviously the battle between Peter Engdahl and William Boffelli was just second to none. Luca Del Pero closing out that third place with a really strong fight as well with Manuel Mireia. So insane day, insane racing the whole day, and yeah, just kept us on our toes. I think my hands haven't stopped sweating all day.
And you know, looking at the finishing time of Bloemendaal, you know, I was the first to think that like the gap between her and Emily Schmitz was going to go bigger, but it was still 4 minutes. So she had a strong finish as well. And there we go in the finishing chute, ladies and gentlemen, coming from France. Emmeline Ribes will take fourth place here.
Emmeline Ribes, cuarta clasificada, Emmeline Ribes, desde Francia.
Another very strong race from Emmeline.
Ahí está Emmeline Ribes de Francia. Alle 5 le promozioni ufficiali, Monte Rosa WalserWaeg 43K, qualificante tra CCC e
There you go. I think we're going to have an interview with Emily Schmitz on the finish line. And with Bloemendaal, we'll do our top 3.
Well, Emily, we know that
There we
this is
go.
your
Let's
first
hear it.
time here in this beautiful valley. And did you expect to see this kind of course? What did you discover here in Aosta Valley?
No, not at all. I was surprised. It's much more mountainous than I thought, like much more wild. I thought it was absolutely stunning, beautiful, and super recommended.
So the race was very technical in the first part. Did you expect that? And was kind of hot maybe as well?
No, I did not expect. I was actually told that it was not technical, so I was like, oh, this is unexpected, but that makes it fun, so.
Well, you managed anyway to grab the second place, which is, I think, you did a great job today.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really happy.
All right, congratulations to you, and see you at OCC.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, third place, look at you, shining like a star at the finish line. Did you expect this third place?
Not at all. I was just trying to do my ways and starting slowly just to keep my own rhythm, and step by step I start going in front of the race, and that was a nice game together with the second and fourth at the lake. We were together, so it was really nice.
And when you saw them like breaking away, what did you think?
When the second, I was just thinking I couldn't follow her. I was just trying to keep the third place, and I did it. So that was nice, but very hard at the end.
Well, here you go in the third place. Congratulations, and I hope you're going to have a great rest of the season, and of course see you at OCC.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for the race.
Thank you.
Yeah, so a bit of clarification here. Tony, we both raised an eyebrow when we heard you at OCC and Schmitz, but obviously they are talking about their automatic entry to OCC next year. Here we go. Top 4, actually. I don't know why we don't have top 5. in the men's race. Peter Engdahl taking the win ahead of William Bofferi, who made him run for his money. Luca Del Pero and Manuel Merias running up the top 4, having worked quite hard on the last stage of this race. In the women's, and maybe this is why, because we want to have top 4 and top 4. I like that.
Yeah, the equity, the equality. Thank you very much, production. So in our women's race, we've got our top 4. We've got Fabiola Conti, obviously our champion today in 5:30.10. Emily Schmitz coming in 2nd position. Bluen Helu in 3rd place, and Emily Ribes in 4th. An incredibly tight race for those 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions as well. What a day. Woo. Hoi, yo, yo. Can breathe.
It felt like a day and a half. But we certainly, again, appreciate the privilege of being there and sharing these images, this race with you. And just to finish on a high, we'll have a few images of a recap of what went down during this race. They started this morning at Gressoney-Saint-Jean, same location as the finish line. And what a race it has been in the stunning mountains of the WalserWaeg area, northern part of Italy, that has its own specific dialect, and those few slow-mo shots say it all.
Yeah, we've been blessed today with incredible images of this race. It was a nail-biting race all day on both the men's and women's side. And a huge thank you to everyone who has joined us in the live. A huge thank you to the production team who have brought it to us. And thank you, Martin, for sitting next to me and chatting all day.
You're very welcome. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, this will be end of August in Chamonix for the big dance. Tony, you'll be on the other side, so we wish you all the best.
Thank you.
So nice.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I train after work in the margins of my daily life. Because when I'm standing at that start line, I'll know this is where it all pays off.